Hello, welcome back to Chaotic Stupid D&D.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Bez, take us away.
Ah, well, all right. Hey, Garden's unconscious. It's pretty chill.
Yeah.
Brooks being grappled by a bear.
Is he still
Nothing
being
about the
grappled?
situation is chill at all, I don't think.
Perhaps not.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Well, you are all in the aftermath of that.
Yes. Yeah. Hallie, do you have any spells? Do you have any healing?
I should.
Can you help?
Yeah, I got a few left. I'm not doing so hot myself either.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure Carson's alive.
Armog is still being vaguely subdued by Broccoli. I'm pretty sure he could just kind of break free at any point, though.
Yeah,
You'd have to roll for it.
Yeah, but his odds are good.
Throwing the dart there.
you know what? Armok will break free.
If you
I
break
hope you
free, I
fail.
will shoot you.
What?
If you break free, I will shoot you.
What do I roll to break free?
That would be. Let's see. You are Graham, so that would be a. It's a it's the escape action. It's in, like an athletics or unarmed against the creatures. Athletics against the creatures. Athletics DC. Yeah. Also, Carson, that's for you, I assume.
Yeah.
I'm alive!
So do I just roll straight athletics and you'll tell me if I succeed?
I mean, you could just use the escape action and just have Broccoli as your target.
Okay. Let me fucking get the escape action.
Because then it'll just auto-calculate it.
Escape. Or feats. Action. Here we go. Did it add it? No, it didn't. That's awesome. Okay. Add to. There we go. Okay, so I target Broccoli.
And then just use the, presumably the athletics is what you want. Don't think it matter. No, you definitely want the athletics.
Wow. All right.
You know what? You know what? That is the funniest possible outcome, I think.
Yeah.
How was the result of the hit villain point from earlier?
Yeah.
Carson
Yeah.
gets healed. He wakes up, he sits up like the fucking Undertaker. You know exactly what I mean.
Yeah. There it
He's going to stand up, looking at Armok with the sword in hand, and is just going to slowly sheath it.
Armok will stare him down but not say anything.
Very tense.
Yeah, he just kind of like glares at Armok for a second, and then turns away from him, walks towards the rest of the group like, we don't have time for this.
What are
Well,
we
we need to tie up the other one.
Hang him up's not a bad idea.
This is a microaggression.
Oh, I'm sick of both of
What?
you.
It's a microaggression.
Yes, orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carson's gonna he's gonna like get the rope out of his bag and start tying up I'm blanking on his name, it's been 2 weeks. Hibbot, yes.
Mr. Dude.
Mr. Dude. Please, Mr. Dude was my father. Call me Hibbot.
Yeah, I mean, he's unconscious. He's not. Well, the whole. He's not gonna. You restrain him.
Okay. Are we gonna do this here or because the birds are there? So are we gonna interrogate him here or?
We need to get out of here for a lot of reasons. Someone God, every fucking line of dialogue that comes out of my mouth now I have to process.
I mean, there's 3 now empty wagons standing here with horses all tied up to them because everyone here is either dead or ran away.
Yeah.
This is a pretty suspicious scene to be caught at.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Carson's gonna look at Ashrin and say, can you tie Armok up too? We don't want any more incidents until we're back in civilized country.
Alright, sounds good. Oh, Mark, don't make this difficult. Broccoli will bite you.
Broccoli is currently biting him.
Gently.
Can Armok resist being tied up?
I don't. I mean, yeah, I don't like how it's gonna look for you, but you can.
I don't think he gives a fuck anymore.
No, that's fine. I'm just warning. I'm just warning about consequences. That's all.
I am well aware of how this looks to the rest of the party.
Why are we tying him up in the first place? Just
Because he's tried to kill somebody.
Carson went at him with just as much like anger and just as much
Mock
like
swung
energy.
first.
I don't give a shit who swung first. You were both.
I think it's very
into
important
fight
who swung
to begin with.
first. Carson's allowed to defend himself.
Yeah, absolutely. But the two of you were at each other's throats immediately, and neither of you thought to even try to calm it down. So I'm not saying that like one of you is more at fault than the other.
I'm still going to tie him up.
I don't think you should. I think you should
Tez,
just
what
both
should I roll here?
stand away from each other.
I think. I think if you are resisting, then I think Ashrin makes an athletics check against you.
Okay.
Because it'll be against your 42 DC. Because you are resisting being tied. Ashrin's making the action. You're not really rolling against it. She's rolling to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just straight athletics.
Yeah. No, that does not beat Armok's fortitude DC.
If Armok resists, Broccoli's going to bite him, like I said.
Okay. Bite.
I
should have targeted Armok, but that is Logan, I have terrible news for you. That's a crit. Your AC is currently 24.
Yeah.
So that's a crit. Good night, Logan.
Putting me at dying 1.
Dying 2.
Dying 2?
That's a crit.
Right.
Yep.
I will complete my tying up.
Yeah, Broccoli does, in fact, Armok struggles against being bound. Broccoli gives him a bite which knocks Armok out.
I think Karsten does have the sense at this point to, like, see Broccoli knock him the fuck out, with a critical bite, and he's like, I said tie him up, not kill him, damn. And he's going to pull out his wand of heal.
And I'm going to pull out my sword.
That would be pretty
Astrid
funny.
fucking hates Armok, okay?
God.
I got it. Right, I have to roll the trick magic item.
You sure do.
Okay, there we go. Congratulations, 10 hit points.
Oh boy. This puts me at wounded 2, Tez?
No, just wounded 1. Wounded always increases by just 1, no matter what.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But if you were to, let's say, go down again, you go to wounded 2 immediately, because you'd go
Right, 'cause
to
it
dying
increases.
2, rather.
Oh, yeah, because
I lead Broccoli off of him. Now that he's secured.
Posting receive benediction.
It's funny!
the fact that you posted it as Karsten.
Okay. Armok, you regain consciousness once more, but this time you are bound.
Yeah, figures. Are they going to allow me to stand?
Yeah, you can
Actually,
stand.
you know what? No, how about I do this? May I stand?
Yeah.
We're not going to get anywhere if you don't.
Grunts as he gets up.
I mean, I'll untie you, but you got to calm down a bit first.
He gives Ashrin a look at that.
Don't give me a look. You're the one picking fights.
He like raises his eyebrows at that, like, uh-huh.
It occurred to me,
Right.
he probably still has one of Ashrin's arrows sticking out of his shoulder.
Oh, he does. He does.
This is just like the hit film Shrek.
I was not going to say it, but yeah.
Right. Let's get out of here.
What are we doing with Dude?
We're bringing him with us. I have questions for him.
Ori, can you please pick up my axe and shield?
Sure. I'll
Thank
pick
you.
it up. We can put Hebot on over Handsome's back. Making the horse dance. He's gonna go into a new job as a dressage horse.
Let's look at this performance score, shall we?
We shouldn't go
Like
too
a
far
funny
to interrogate him. We don't want to be carrying him around too far.
Yeah, just
It will cause
probably don't wanna be
problems.
here.
I mean, he's not going to be unconscious until you reach the city.
Yeah, he's gonna
Yeah.
wake up at some
Yeah.
point. That could be any kind of disaster.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll hoist Hebot onto Handsome.
Yep.
And then pick up Armok's stuff. And I guess we go.
Clearing up the board a little bit.
Yeah.
Returning everyone to their seats.
I always forget that you have Karsten and Armok at the same table.
I sure did. That was before the animosity, to be fair.
Yeah.
There was a before?
I was gonna say, was there a time before?
That was before I joined.
Well, I did that because the other tables had 2 people at them. So
Yeah.
Very fair.
Let me
It's
ask
understandable.
Karsten.
It's just funny.
Yeah.
I'll make a cock table over here somewhere and put
Please don't.
No. No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, I'll put you. You could go and sit in the cock chair. Okay, you escape the scene of the crime.
True, it was a crime.
It would have
Someone
been a
probably-
much less severe crime if someone. Anyway,
Hey, if you hadn't fucked up the stealing, I don't know.
the stealing literally was not fucked up. I don't know what you want from me.
You alerted Hibbot to your presence.
He
It doesn't
didn't.
matter now.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We're leaving.
Yeah. All right. How's the journey? As you presume, you start making your way back to the city. Quiet.
Tense. A little
Tense.
tense. Yeah,
Tense,
a little tense.
Yeah.
Callie is like too afraid to like sing on the way back, but he will like drum a little bit.
Nervously hum.
Yeah.
Not even Ashren's got much to say.
Meg's just keeping her eye out for crows.
Great thing that you are. You're being followed by them.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
We're still being followed by the crows.
Is it like obvious like they're flying directly behind us, or like if you look into the trees they're just there?
More the latter.
Arsha's gonna pick one at random and shoot a phase bolt at it.
Make the spell attack.
Hot damn.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No damage needed.
Yep.
You hit it, and rather than drop dead like a bird, it poofs into smoke.
Did the rest just keep watching?
Yes, and I also need a will save throw from you.
Oh god. You know what? Fair enough. Is this against a fear effect?
That is. Let me double check. That's a good question. I don't know immediately, so I just have to check. It is not.
Okay. Here we go. Perfectly cromulent roll.
Yeah.
Very, very good. You take some mental damage.
Oh. Oh no.
Come on, man, I just healed you.
Armok, seeing Karsten throw a bolt at one of the crows, is going to pipe up and say, "If we have to go up against what's his face, I think you'd rather have me untied."
Your current condition, I suspect you could take maybe one punch before going straight back down. And Karsten,
One punch.
he shoots a phase bolt at the crow, immediately visibly recoils and clutches his head. God fucking. Oh, the next time I see that.
Well,
I
Karsten's
assure
the
you,
one
I
you
could still
attacked.
hold my own.
Well, Karsten's the one you attack, so I reckon it's up to Karsten when he feels you should be untied.
He's never going to get untied then.
Well,
I
I mean,
assure
within
you, I
reason.
can very.
If he's taking the piss, I'll untie him eventually.
I assure you, I can hold my own.
Your HP bar says otherwise.
Guess who still has orc ferocity, motherfucker?
That will only get you one turn.
Yes,
He'll
but
use
Yo,
it
that's
now.
forgot
2
about
hits,
tic-tac.
not 1.
All right.
You are correct. It will not help you though.
No, but I do still have my my sigils I can use, or my retrieval prisms. Sorry.
I think I could still floor you in one move.
Perhaps.
In one move?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll be fine as long as the enemy doesn't have a small bear that can grapple.
Or spells that deal 8d12 damage.
Oh.
Well, that upsets all of us.
Everyone disliked that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me double check something. Hey, does Hallie or Ori potentially want to treat some wounds while we're walking? Because we are all in bad shape right now, except Meg. Meg is fine.
Meg's always
Meg's just
fine.
cool like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we do that while we're walking?
It's an exploration activity.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah.
Damn.
All right, who wants them first?
Who needs it? Well. How's Hal?
I think Armok still got the arrow sticking out of his shoulder.
That's right.
Damn. Okay. Hallie, who do you want to take?
I can heal Armok. He's my buddy.
Yippee!
I will heal Karsten and Asherin.
No. Do keep in mind, gang, this goes for both Caitlin and Sam. You can up the DC for more healing.
Actually, Halliwell's only trained, so he can't.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Hallowell's is for Armok.
But
Right?
Ori is a master, so she can up the healing for a lot more.
Yeah.
Up the DC for a lot more healing.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Master.
I would like some healing.
Wounds. Well, fingers crossed I actually roll well.
Ooh.
Sat on that one for a second. I'll use a hero point.
All right, go ahead.
Oh.
Maybe
Hey.
maybe you shouldn't do the master DC quite
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, I guess not.
I think you need to
15.
roll a 15 to succeed on
Yeah.
the master.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay.
I know, a few nights sleep, I'll be fine.
As
I can
you're
try this, I'm sorry.
going along, after about 15 or so minutes, there are stirs from behind Handsome as the Hibbot is returning to the land of the living. You hear like, no, not right now.
Did we tie him up?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Thank God. I was so focused on the tying up Armok part.
It's been 15 minutes as Armok. Been nice and chill this whole time.
Yeah. Well, it has been 15 minutes. Logan has to say yes to the other part.
Armok had no intention of harming any of the others.
Any of the others. Okay. Very deliberate phrasing there.
Yes.
All
He
right,
got off what he
Armok.
needed to on Karsten. He's done.
All right, Armok, if I untie you, is there going to be any trouble?
It's a stupid question.
You're a stupid boy.
Well, answer it all the same.
No.
Fine, don't answer it.
Yeah, what? You know what I meant.
I am Asherin.
I will untie Armok.
You get untied, Armok.
All right.
Why did I double knot this? Oh, jeez.
He would not tie anything.
True.
He's gonna like say this aloud to the group. Am I allowed to have my weapons back?
Maybe one of the small ones.
Does he even have any small weapons?
No, he doesn't. I don't know
don't think
what you're
so.
referring to.
It'll be fine, but you'll probably want this first. And she's going to hand him a moderate healing potion.
Oh shit.
He recovered 7. Isn't he still like very? Okay, I can't see his health
17
bar
of
now, but I couldn't-
103, yeah.
I couldn't see his health bar earlier, so I'm like,
Okay. I will just immediately use this then.
I don't know how to give it.
I just put one in my inventory. You can just delete one from yours. And then I use this immediately.
Look,
You know what? Carson sees Armok drink the healing potion. He's going to pull out one of his own and drink it.
fair enough.
Oh, mine's better.
Alright, that's it.
No!
Uh,
Alright, thank you.
Oops.
Armok will retrieve the neck splitter and tower shield from Ori.
Well, Hibalt seems to be regaining his consciousness.
all right, set him down somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, Ori will try to get him down as carefully as she can. Not drop him anywhere.
Yeah, I mean he's severely bruised, and so it's gonna hurt. But you put it back down onto the grass. He
Just put him
shakes
up
it
against a tree.
He shakes it a couple of times. Oh, right.
Carson's going to walk up to him and pull out his notebook and flip open to some empty pages.
He watches as you does that, understands where this is going, because it's a pretty clear sign. He just gives a hoarse chuckle. You can hear some like phlegm in his throat as he hacks up a little bit of
Horses don't
blood.
chuckle.
Hmm?
Horses don't chuckle.
No, it's not the horse. So
How do you know?
how do I know? Because I'm
No.
narrating.
No. I was talking to Sam. How do you know horses don't chuckle?
That's a really good point. I don't think I've ever been close to one in my life.
We should ask
You've
Meg.
never been close to a horse?
My time to shine.
I think I rode a pony once.
As I said, he gives a bit of a chuckle and hacks and spits up a little bit of blood on the ground.
Gross.
Yeah, Carson just gives him a look of disdain, and he's like, I'll get straight to the point. You work for Seston of Paul, don't you?
Never heard the name.
What can you tell me about him?
I'll know him.
Carson just gives him a sharp look, and he's like, are you quite sure about that?
Yep.
Are you sure about that?
If you want to walk away from this alive, you might want to jog your memory and see if anything changes.
He shakes his head and he's like, I ain't coming out of this alive.
You know what? He just kind of quirks an eyebrow at that. And after a moment, he's like, I suppose you'd rather die honorably than sell out your boss, wouldn't you?
He looks past Karsten towards. I assume Armok is observing because he has a vested interest in this.
Armok has his axe
Yeah.
on the ground, his arms folded.
He looks past like, couldn't even kill me in battle, could you?
Armok huffs at that.
Shakes his head, says, "You may." He says, "You shame Vartordian."
Armok closes his eyes at that, looking very upset, but he's like, on some level, he knows he's right.
The doctrine that you follow with Vartordian's teaching is that you should die in battle. Like being captured is dishonorable. You know, like which is one thing, but being denied a warrior's death is a no. You like in your teachings, you should grant people warrior's deaths.
Yeah.
Better to die in battle than to return even in glory.
Yeah, sometimes.
I stole that from Hawkeye Star Rail.
He rests his head back against the tree that you've leaned him back against. Closes his eyes.
Oh god, let me think.
Well, depending on how badly you want the answers, you could torture him.
Karsten's not that kind of guy. Like,
No, I agree, but I'm saying you could. I'm not saying you should or would.
No, you know what? Armok's pissed off.
Mhm.
Armok's going to step forward.
Sure.
Karsten instantly gives him a sharp look.
Armok is not going to pay him any attention when he says this.
Mhm.
If you want that warrior's death, you'll give us the information we want.
Don't have anything to tell you. Might as well just kill me now.
Not even about Grenrar?
Shakes his head, says, "Whatever I know dies with me, boy."
You can die in shame walking back to your camp.
He doesn't respond to it.
Okay. Armok's gonna turn around and just walk behind Handsome or something just to exit the conversation.
Abel speaks up and is like, "Actually, hold on. You, Blondie," he looks towards Karsten.
What?
"I'll talk."
On what condition?
He's like, "Cut his hair."
No.
After a long moment, Karsten crosses his arms and he's like,
slaps Armok's bald head.
He's like, our pursuit of Seston is our business, not his. I can't order him to do that, and I have no interest in trying.
And you'll have to then. He's like, shame.
Indeed, it is. Carson's just going to pull Moon Ruler out of his coat. And after a moment, he is like, this is the thing I hate about trying to interrogate zealots. They never do anything rationally. And then he's going to raise his blade, as if,
Sure.
assuming Hibbot doesn't object or like protest further, he's going to do it.
He's gonna no. Hibbot's going to close eye, lean. He's gonna shift forward, and, like lower his head to expose his neck.
All right, Karsten will deal the killing blow.
Lop off his head. Let's be deleting the token.
And then after a moment, he's gonna flick the blood off the blade, resheath it, and he's like, someone pass me a shovel. We don't want to leave a body out in the open like this any more than we have to.
A shovel? Oh, jeez. Man, I didn't bring
Unless
one.
you'd rather we burn him.
I'm checking if I have if I can prescient planar a shovel.
Do we
Yes.
not have
Well,
one?
certainly.
No, we don't have one.
Oh, we don't have a shovel.
should.
Atlas.
Tez,
You definitely don't have a show. Yes.
how do orcs or like worshippers of Artordine generally deal with a body? Is it burning?
Yeah, I would say pyres.
Okay.
You would you'd it depends. If you are in if you have access to like a burial chamber or a tomb, you would bury a warrior like with honors with their weapon, but if you can't, you would burn them.
Okay. We burn his body, then we leave.
Carson
if you
just
wanna
raises an
pick the-
eyebrow and he's like, if you want to give him his proper rights, you can do it yourself. That's your business, not mine.
Hang on, I want Armok to respond to that somehow.
Da-da-da-da-da.
About time you start damn respecting me, he says under his breath.
Has nothing to do with you. Carson's gonna walk away before that starts escalating again.
Yeah.
Fair and valid.
Real. Armok will go through the process of doing a burning.
Great. Would you give me like a perception check? Make it secret, please.
Sure.
Great. You will.
Secret perception. There we go.
You look you rifle through some of Hibbot's person, not with the intention of keeping anything, just so you know what should go where.
Mm-hmm.
You discover that he has another note in his pouch, secreted away. As you rummage through his like pouch, you discover it has not like not quite like a false back, but it has like a flap you can, like a thin bit that you could like
A thin pouch, yeah.
yeah, that you could like that's very concealed within a pouch where
Mhm.
there's a note.
He looks at it. Is it like wrapped up like an envelope, or is it just like a visible note that he can just?
If it's
unfold.
folded. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a folded note. There is a series of words and symbols within. Each word has like a capitalized letter in it. It's some kind of code or key to a code or something. Or encrypted message.
Armok's gonna like look at this for a moment, then look down at the body, and then stuff the note in his pocket.
His own pocket or Hibolt's pocket?
His own pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I don't know if you can add that to my inventory or something, but
No, you just recall that you have it.
okay, I'll just make a note.
Y'all take some time while Armok sees to Hibolt's right and lights a pyre. Do any of you help?
I think Hallie will help.
Megaloth.
Asher might help get a bit of wood, but won't get too involved in the ceremony.
Not much of a ceremony, but it's mostly just preparing a pyre and laying the body on it appropriately.
Yeah, ensuring it's a controlled burn.
Okay. Well, if a couple of you helping, it goes by a lot faster.
Yeah. Can I refocus at some point during this,
Not while you're doing this, but you can when you're back to traveling.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that, I'm sure she would be saying some kind of prayers, but I wasn't sure if that would count because we're already doing something.
Refocus also does take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I don't know how long it takes to burn a body.
No, but you are doing other stuff while burning the body. You can't take 10 minutes to pray at the same time, essentially.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah, you get rid of the body. Well, you light the pyre, and you're not going to stand around until it finishes burning, because that will take a while.
Yeah.
So you return on the road back to the city, I presume.
Mm-hmm.
Smooth, yeah.
You're just gonna travel back towards the city? Any topics of conversation?
Nope.
I imagine it's loosened up a little bit.
Probably about. Okay. How far do we have until the city, would you say?
You'll get back there tomorrow.
Okay.
You'll be camping out tonight.
Okay. When they're setting up camp, Armok will bring up the note. Armok's gonna say, I found something in his pouch.
What's that?
Some kind of coded note.
Oh, can I see it?
Armok hesitates for a moment, then hands it to Ashrin.
Alright, let's take a look here, see. I put on my half moon spectacles you didn't know I had.
Like Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I love Homer Simpson's reading glasses. You don't have those, for the record.
No, I don't have those.
I mean, yeah, that's a note.
Is there anything I can figure out
Not
about
a
it?
chance.
Not a chance?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. You do not remotely have the required skills to work this.
Now, I'm afraid I can't make heads or tails of this. Anyone else want to have a look? Might be important.
Cargill's gonna hold his hand out for it.
I
Let's see,
hand you the note.
He's the decipher writing guy.
I hand you the
Yeah,
note.
Cargill's
It's
going to
weirdly
look
sticky.
Carson's gonna look at this note. This is you mentioned symbols. Is it like a coded message?
I'm afraid to tell you that you also can't decipher this.
Really?
You are not an expert.
In society, I assume.
Correct.
Well, none of us are one, so we're kind of fucked.
Yeah, seems like it. I'll have to find someone who can.
Something to look into once we get to the city.
Whatever it was, he was keeping it hidden inside his bag.
Strange thing for an orc to be carrying around.
Carson just
That's a
tilts his head at
microaggression.
Ashford. Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
what is? Everyone's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what are you getting at?
Holy shit.
Well, Armog doesn't carry one round, does he? And neither did what's his face, Armog's dad.
How about we don't talk about our box dad right now?
Good boy.
Microaggressions aside,
Yeah.
It's a macroaggression. What do you mean?
Carson's like, I might know who can decipher this. We'll see once we get back to town.
Right. You're just gonna camp out for the night as the mist starts to settle in.
Yeah.
Go ahead and all of you take a big fat snooze.
Long rest. Or just
I
rest, I
think I can
suppose.
it did just okay. Didn't do what I wanted.
Broccoli healed more than Armok. Damn.
Higher calm probably.
Yeah.
Would be my guess there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have a higher calm modifier. All right.
Well, damn.
You wake up the next morning. The weather has turned foul. Light bits of rain coming down that, looking out on the horizon, only looks like it's going to develop into a heavier session of rain throughout the day.
Fun.
Make sure you consume ration.
Right.
My rations.
Where are you? Actually, this is a common orc hobby.
This is my social security number.
Don't worry, it's encoded.
The letters are upside down. That's the encode. That's the code. You could just turn the note around. No, but then the note's upside down.
Are you gonna read an upside down note?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
This too is Homestuck, I'm afraid. Anyway.
Huh?
Minus 1 million experience. You level down. You level down.
Damn.
You level down to
All
level 2. To level 2 before you even joined.
Damn. All right. Fair enough. Anyways, to answer your question, Iris, Alternian language.
Fuck, you're right. God damn it. Anyway.
You set back out, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
And a little past midday, you return to San Christina. Home sweet home. For now.
For now.
Yeah.
All right, well, you return towards the city. What's the plan?
Uh,
When are we?
You have the
meant
note. You were
go?
told to deliver it.
Yeah.
still have the note.
Or the
We have to
missive,
go to
if you
the
will.
statue. We have to go to the statue of Saint Christina in the main plaza, and there's a loose stone that we can put it under.
Yeah.
You don't know. You presumably don't all need to go to do that, though.
Yeah.
Probably not.
In
Don't
fact,
draw that much attention.
I can say, yeah. In fact, I would argue
Yeah.
that it's probably smarter that you don't all go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go to deliver it, Carson's actually going to read it. Because if I recall correctly, we were not told we couldn't, just that it probably wouldn't be useful to us.
Sure.
Yeah.
Before you do,
Okay.
I should warn you that it is wax sealed.
Okay, so they will know if
Ah.
we open it.
You can, yeah,
Mm.
you can read it, but you will break the seal to do so.
Okay, in that case, all right. I don't think it's worth potentially compromising the
Okay. I just
the job for.
thought you should know because you haven't properly looked at the missive, so you wouldn't have a way of knowing until now.
Yeah.
Until you asked about it, rather.
Mhm.
Okay.
Honestly, fair.
Okay. So, who's gonna go and deliver it?
Want
I
someone?
mean, kind of no one else
Not me.
wants to.
Not me. I'm not gonna do it. Can't make me.
That's correct. We cannot. Varshan is the one who has it currently, so I guess he'll do it.
Okay. What the rest of the party gonna do then? Are you gonna meet up once the missive has been delivered, or are you just gonna split off again?
Do we want to
Armok-
go get another couple or a night or two at whatever place we're staying, or?
I could do with some more rest.
Yeah.
Yes, Logan.
I have my magic back if you want me to heal you.
Oh, a little bit of healing would do me great.
Armok is not going to meet with the party unless they specifically request it. He's going to go to work at the arena.
Yeah.
You should go to the arena. You should fight it off.
That's right.
All right. Carsten, you go to deliver the note.
Yes.
It's very straightforward. It's it's not. You have very specific instructions. They're not exactly hard to follow.
Mm-hmm.
You search around the large fountain statue of the Saint Christina. Find the loose rock, like the loose brick. Pull it apart. Hide the missive. Reconceal and leave.
Yeah.
Job's
I
well
think
done.
Meg will wait in the lobby bar of the Swift, I think is where we've been staying. So what Karsten knows which room we're at.
Spears.
Damn it.
Who's this? What's this Swift you're talking about?
It would not allow us to stay at the Swift. Swift.
Damn it. I remembered the theming, but not the actual name.
How embarrassing for you, Stella.
Meg is in the bar area of the Spears, waiting for Karsten.
Well,
I think Carson's probably just going to head straight back
Hey,
to
I forgot.
Casper
Never
Elmer's
mind.
estate.
Yeah,
yeah, I was gonna say, I hate to do this to you, but Carson's not coming back anytime soon.
I forgot that he's staying elsewhere. God, this is embarrassing for me. Like, actually,
No.
If you wanted to talk with Carson, you could have gone with him, though. If
I don't
that's
think
what you
Meg
were
knows
getting
what
at.
to say to him.
Okay.
No, it was more of a, oh, if some of the party's going to go ahead and get the room, and some of the party's going to the fountain, we should make sure the party knows where to find each other. But it doesn't matter if it's the one bozo not staying with us.
Yeah. Okay. If no one has anything, then you all just kind of split back off.
Hmm.
Carson, you return to Councillor Elmer's estate.
Mm-hmm.
You are let in pretty quickly once you're there.
Yeah. Okay.
Presumably, you're going to go and see Councillor Elmer.
Yeah.
Predictably, he is in the study, continuing. He's still in the midst of the deciphering of all the the text you retrieved from the ruins.
Yeah.
He looks up as you make your enter. So you return, young Lord Gold.
Indeed.
And your expedition went.
We ran into some complications, but the job was a success.
Good.
I actually, hang on. I have to debate with myself if Counselor Elmer is the person to not Elmer. Wait, hang on.
No, that's
Yeah,
correct. This is Councillor Elmer.
right. I was getting my names mixed up for a
Yeah,
second.
all good. All good.
I have to debate with myself if Elmer feels like the right person to bring this up to. You know what? I think it's worth the gamble. He's like, if you, if you'll forgive my presumption, sir, there's a request I'd like to make of you, relevant to this topic.
Also, this is for your information. This is not a mistake Carson would make in character.
Okay.
It's when you're it's my lord or your
My
eminence when addressing
Right, okay.
the counselor. Carson knows this. Yeah,
Right,
so that's
I just blanked on it.
I'm gonna assume that I'm just gonna assume Carson would say the correct thing.
Yes.
I'm not gonna penalize you for what you forgot.
Mhm.
He puts the quill back into the inkwell and is like, yes.
Now, you know what? He's just going to pull out the encoded note and say, under certain circumstances, we happened to come upon this missive. Its contents are encoded and in a fashion that is beyond my expertise to decipher.
He gives you a look, says, may I see it?
Of course, he's going to hand it over.
He takes it, unfolds the note, looks over it for a couple moments, furrows his brow. Now, let's see if I have the correct stat block here.
As Carson hands the document over, he's like, now it bears mentioning, as I of course do not know the contents of the note, but given its source, its contents may be of a sensitive nature. I'm sure you understand.
And you're asking for discretion.
Yes.
It gives an nod, says, "You've earned my trust, you shall have it."
Thank you, my lord.
A roll. He's like, hmm. Take some time to look at it. Says, I think I get it. He gestures for you to come and says, look.
He's gonna move over to look at the paper.
He's like, each word has one capitalized letter preceded by a number.
So I see.
If you look at it, all of these words separately, it looks like nonsense. So I think each of these words corresponds to a book title. And the number to a page, capitalized letter, to the first word using that letter.
That's a very involved cipher.
I could be mistaken, but that's my assumption.
He thinks about it for a moment, and he's like, how long do you expect this could take to decipher?
A day or two? It's not particularly complex, but it requires a lot of cross-referencing.
Of course. Would it be he's like, would it be out of line for actually no, hang on. With this information, could Karsten potentially like decipher the rest of it himself?
You
Or
you could make a good crack at it for sure.
okay.
Understanding
Mhm.
the mechanisms of it is the key to solving it. And now that you have a idea for that, you could probably do so.
Yeah.
That is assuming Chancellor Elmer is going to let you spend your time on it.
Yeah, he's like, would it be presumptuous of me to request an extra day to devote time for this? I think it may be of importance.
Yeah, kind of he leads back to that. You think it's more important than he gestures to all of the still unprocessed and untranslated texts you retrieved.
Carton's like, make no mistake, I consider this to be a very high priority, but given where we located this missive, it could prove to be useful on a different front.
Like, fine, I will help you. We'll get it done in a day.
Thank you, your lord. My lord. Bah, I can't talk today.
Thanks, your lord.
Jesus.
All right. Now we return to downtime, gang. Isn't life good?
Woohoo!
Oh,
What
fine.
I would like you to do is go ahead and do. All of you, barring Carson, can go ahead and give me. If you want to earn income, which I assume most of you are spending your time on.
Yeah.
You have 10 days that you could spend to earn income.
Okay.
So I'd like you to make the roll for those using your appropriate the lore skill that's associated. Logan, that will be gladiator for you, and now that you have it.
Yep.
And
Level?
such. The task is going to be level 8
For all of us, or
for everyone.
I need me to fill the
Uh,
entire chat with this.
To be clear, Sam, you cannot do that for all 10 days because you're spending 7 days retraining.
I'll do 3 days
So you get 3 days of earned income.
with performance. Woo!
That's
Okay.
good.
It's very nice.
So I get 12 gold.
You collect 12. I just found 12 gold. Sorry. It invaded my beamed into my brain.
A paltry amount compared to the 350 I'm carrying on my person, but
Sorry. I got 12 bricked in my head. Please tell me all of you know what 12 bricks is.
I know what
do.
it is. I'm more confused about finding the earn income button.
Although I posted
It's a
12.
macro.
It's a macro.
I know 12 bricks. It just took me a second.
And it is not to be posted for everyone's purview, because I think it's important that everyone knows 12 bricks.
Presumably, at some point during these 10 days, Armok heals to full, and
Yes,
the
you
moves
all
can
have
move one.
downtime.
Okay.
Like you will all rest. I want everyone to do their earning income task first, then we're gonna do the next bit of mechanical stuff. Yes, Stella?
Where's the button for that?
It's a macro.
It's a macro. Okay.
If you search in the compendium, you will find the earn income macro.
No, it's on my bar. It's on my macro bar that's always covered by my notes and character sheet.
Okay,
The character sheet
okay.
I'm looking for the button for.
I understand. Okay, yeah.
I'm just a damn fool. Ooh, and I can do I can do specialty crafting, yeah.
Yes, you can. Okay. Let's see.
Ooh.
Oh well.
I can't re-roll that.
Oh well, you still earn some money.
Actually, can I re-roll with hero point?
it is a D20 roll.
Yes, but it's better for you instead of right click and re-rolling. It's better if you just do the entire macro again then.
Okay.
Because if it's then a success, it'll just give you the correct amount. It'll show everything correctly.
All right.
Yeah. Make sure you
That's
add
me.
the money yourselves to your inventory. It's not done automatically.
Okay.
Let's see. Caitlin, you have given me a more complex task that is harder to do with one roll.
Typical.
It's all right. God unfortunately
Damn.
gives me his strongest battles, and I'm afraid the hardest battles I'm given is often Caitlin.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm high maintenance.
Trust me, I know. What you can do is you can make I'll let you do earn income 6 days using scribing. So if you'd please kindly go ahead and do so.
I don't have that on my macro bar, so if I looked it up in the compendium, if I just hit execute macro, it'll bring it up. Cool. Okay, cool. I answered my own question. 6 days, you said?
6 days. Okay. All right. Now for for all of you, this, barring Carsten again because he's a special boy. That is, let's see, that is, you have to pay for meals for 10 days, which is going to be, I'll just run the numbers and give you the total sum. Give me a moment. That's going to be 3 silver from everyone except Karsten.
A pittance.
Fair enough.
Jeez, you're killing me, boss.
Sorry, how
I
much?
know. 3 silver for everyone. That's your meals because you're buying food.
Yeah. Okay.
Now the thing I need reminding about is how did you do rooms? Are you paying per night?
I think that's what we originally did.
Okay. Do you still want the big suite, or do you want to split into separate rooms?
I mean, Carson's not here to get into a fight with Armok, so
Yeah.
I don't mind the big suite.
The big suite. Okay. That is going to be a total of 100 gold.
Okay.
It's 10 gold per day.
you want to split that among the
Five
If
of
there's
us.
1, 2,
5 of
yeah,
us,
there's
20
5
each.
using. So if each of you pay 20 gold, then that covers that.
I am fine with that.
All right.
Same here.
Instead of one of us having to bear the 100.
That
Whatever.
does mean that like in the case of Armok and Meg, they made 10 gold profit for those 10 days.
Yeah.
I made a deficit.
Yeah, but that's because you didn't just work. You also spent the 7
Yeah.
days retraining.
I'm rich anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not like
Yeah. I just
rambling
need
for money.
need to make sure that you do that you pay for the services that you're making use of appropriately, correctly. That's all. Okay. We're gonna go over a couple of different vignettes over these 10 days.
Okay.
Just over things that happened during this downtime period. We're gonna start with my personal favorite, which is gonna be
Mhm.
Armok's. Armok. It's like one of the other days. We don't, it's like the next day or the day after, early on in this downtime.
Yeah.
Where you head back into essentially the lockers right after a match.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent grumbles and walks away, holding a pretty big cut on his arm. As he walks away, you're getting the stink eye from most people in the wardrobe.
A comically sized bump on his head.
No, because Arbok is still under the impression that it's real combat and not sport.
Yeah, I'm not really treating it like sport.
Yeah.
Oops.
It limps off, muttering some annoyances. As you receive a couple of dirty looks from some other contenders here.
Mm-hmm.
So they think he's just like going way too hard to show off.
Yeah, like they certainly they're like, what the fuck is this guy's problem?
Yeah.
It's at this point where you sit down on one of the benches as a dwarf approaches you, sits next to you, He kind of leans back a little bit. That's best. It's not, it doesn't. The bench doesn't have a back, so he just kind of like sits a bit more upright.
Yeah.
Like, you fight well out there, son.
Thank you.
You do know that you're not meant to actually try to kill your opponent, though, right?
If I was doing a pretty bad job of it.
All right. You do understand why everyone's giving you the stink eye, right?
I'm beating them so easily.
He shakes and says, "Nay, brother, that's not it." He's like, the reason it says, you're a strong fighter. You're not a showman.
Okay, I'm trying to dialogue engine.
Sure.
No, but figured the fight was worth watching anyway.
Like, I heard the crowd in your last match, brother. None too pleased. You might have heard the boos. As you need more passion. It's a sport. It's not proper murder out there.
All right. What do you suggest?
I've been doing this for 40 years now. Why don't you let me show you the ropes a little bit, eh?
Fair enough.
Now, first thing we need to work about is making your swings look real without doing that. He points to the guy who's sitting next to like a medic who's like bandaging up his arm. I reckon I'll make you a right fighter soon enough. So the thing is, and before he can talk, he gets interrupted as the doors into the locker are like basically like thrown open. Right, you can hear through the other door, like cheering and chanting as essentially the MC is announcing the next fight.
Mm-hmm.
You hear squeals of fans from the other side of the door that was just thrown open.
Oh boy.
As you watch this person you've never seen before, but you immediately understand, oh, that man is greasy.
Literally and figuratively.
You watch a guy that's like a human man, 6'7", 6'8", all muscle, like Arnold Schwarzenegger muscle, like
disgusting.
It's all muscle, it's all like shiny, like freshly baked bread.
Yeah.
Bro's been egg washed.
Yeah. He's got a slick looking mullet. And he just confidently saunters through the room. It takes the towel over his shoulder and just tosses it over the face of some other gladiator sitting in the locker. It's like, get out of my way. As he just walks through and out into the arena, you can hear the roars out there as he makes his way out.
Him.
He shakes his head. That's the champ. If you're asking me what his name is, lad, I can't tell you. He's only ever introduced himself as the champ.
I see.
And said, well, that's not true. He calls himself the Baron of the Beatdown, or the Sultan of Smack, the Prince of Pain.
I was literally just thinking earlier, I can't wait for the Armok Glitzville arc.
Yeah, like I'm literally like sitting here like, is it fucking Rockhawk coming through the door?
Basically,
Yeah.
I have described this man as a combination of Rocky and the Rockhawk.
You know what? Greasy does give Sylvester Stallone vibes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The dwarf shakes his head. He's like, he's a dick, but what can you do? He's a showman.
How do I take him down?
He chuckles and takes over and says, oh wait, you're serious. Well, alright, son, but that's gonna take a while. He says, no one's taken down the champ yet. That's why he's the champ. He thinks, no, if you even want to get a match against him, you'll have to... I will have our work cut out for us.
Ready to put the effort in.
Why? Well, I suppose we'll see if you're worth his time. But as I said, first, let's start learning how to swing a weapon without injuring your opponent severely.
Armok rolls his eyes at that, like, fine.
Like, and we'll need a name.
Name?
I'm thinking Gonzalez.
Damn it, not again!
I'm back in the fucking building.
Uh,
In the fucking glitz pit.
God. First Paper Mario, then fucking Lancer. Now this.
You had the Glitzville and Lancer too?
Yeah.
Casadora is Cooper, as in Logan's character's PR manager in his mech wrestling, and she suggested the name Gonzalez.
Yeah. Oh my
does this mean Armok's gonna adopt a kid?
You don't want the answer to that.
Yeah, I will not be answering any questions about an egg. Oh my god. All right.
And we'll cut away from that one there
Okay, all right.
because that's
That's how you end it.
That's how that has to end right now. You're welcome. Sorry that I put you in the glitz pit again.
I'm back in the fucking pit again.
Listen, I'm just saying. It's great.
That's yeah.
Stella. You won't get the Rock Hawk, I'm afraid. But you will be getting something useful at the very least.
I'm scared.
Oh, don't be, not yet.
The only
Sully,
thing I can think about from that arc is Call of Duty Shoot a Man.
I understand.
I don't remember that from the game.
It's Game Grumps.
Okay, I thought it was the Grumps.
Yeah.
But did he shoot a man?
Call of Duty Shoot a Man!
Oh, good stuff. Meg, you're working on some tailoring, as you well know. You're working for the same, tailor that you worked for last time. Which means you've already proven your skill a little bit. The owner of the tailor shop and a graceful elven woman makes her way into like the workshop where there's you and like two other employees that are currently working on different things that you're sewing and putting together. The lady who insists that as long as you work work for her, you call her Madame. And so does everyone else that works here. Claps her hands for your attention. You're like, all right, everyone, please, if you would please listen up. We have received a contract of great importance and value. Presumably, you are going to listen up.
Meg stops what you're doing, listens up.
Like, we have received a most important commission that we need to tend to. And she's like, the palace, the Grand Prince's palace, has commissioned us for a large selection of outfits for the Starry Rain Ball.
I love me a good ball.
And that means whatever other commissions you were working on, trash them. They don't matter. This is the only thing your precious little sewing hands will be working on for the next few months. And I'm going to add a note onto the calendar.
Oh boy. Has Meg heard of this ball before?
This is the first time you're hearing about it.
Okay.
There we go. On the calendar now, there is a date. It's about 3 months ahead.
God. Just went through the calendar. I was like, what's that date? Hurricane's Reckoning.
Yes.
Yeah, that's close.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch.
That's the noise that distantly grows louder as it gets closer to the city.
Fuck. I love that song, but now I'm just imagining it saying to itself, Katrina, Katrina, Katrina.
Oh my god. Yeah, do you have any questions you would like to ask of the madame?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right way to say it because Meg doesn't want to sound completely clueless when asking about.
I assume the madame knows that Meg's new to the city, so
Yeah, that's probably fair.
yeah.
The Starry Night, the Starry Night Ball, madame.
Oh, of course, darling. I forgot you're not from here. She's like, well, you see as she kind of like walks down like the workshop aisle essentially towards your station. There's like 6 or 7 stations total in here. Only a couple of people are on, working today. But you imagine with whatever this commission, it's about to get a lot busier. You see, he thinks, I believe it's every 30 years, there is a meteor shower in the sky above the city. During which, traditionally, the Grand Prince has hosted a ball. The meteor shower is the elegant dance between Solarion and his wife Lunaire as they scatter their prominence and power through the sky. It's the most important event. They say children children conceived or born during are to be lucky.
Okay, let's not talk about conception.
And she's like, which means, of course, it's time to get lucky.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Good.
I like this lady.
Meg
Up
does
all
not plan
night,
on getting
get
lucky.
Like, it's a most important event, and having been granted the right to design a plethora of outfits for this ball is the most lucrative and prestigious commission. Sent here by the palace itself. I have a work order. She reaches into she has like a belt around her waist that she pulls out a note from, unfurls it, like 250 outfits.
Thank you for informing me further. We'll have to get to work.
Of course. And you see, the thing is, well, the palace is paying us. She gives a. She tries to not look too excited. For each of these 250 outfits, we are receiving 200 gold pieces.
What's the most Meg's ever gotten for an outfit?
Nowhere near that. 200 gold that's a lot of money on clothes.
That's like
That's exorbitant. You are designing clothes for royalty.
yeah.
You are designing clothes that a king will wear.
In Varn, 250 gold, you would be set for like half a decade.
Yeah. If you ever made clothes for the Gold family, I imagine you probably made clothes for like 20, 30, 40 gold. Would be like those commissions.
God, I wish Meg had called Carson a rich boy before, so she could be like, "You're not. You are clearly not. I've found real rich people now." But she's never done that. I think Meg is a little visibly excited because like this is one of the biggest projects she's done. She takes a lot of pride in her work.
And of course, this will be an exceptional chance for everyone to show off their craftsmanship at the finest of stages, with the finest of people, on the finest of nights. Do make sure that whatever you make is a little bit tear-proof. Again, people like to get frisky.
Jeez.
Good for them. Damn.
The funny thing is, Meg's used to this because she patches at the clothes of these fucks that aren't doing that, but
Yeah.
to deal with she knows tear proof is not a thing.
Yeah.
She's seen swords,
Yeah.
but
And of course it says, so each of you, I will tell the other tailors who aren't in today as well. I would like all of you to come up with, let's say 6 designs each. Three for men, 3 for women. And we will pick and choose and select maybe the 12 best from all of the tailors here at my fine boutique that we will produce.
Meg will nod and immediately start thinking about it
Okay.
because this is big opportunity.
It is a very big opportunity. And also there's a lot of money riding on this.
I don't
To
even
be
think she
clear,
cares about the money.
yeah, no. The Madame's commission on this is 50,000 gold.
Yeah, I know the Madame said, God, I'm from Alabama. I heard myself say Madame. The Madame's said we are getting 200. How much commission does Meg get off an outfit that she makes?
Not that much.
Yeah, I know it's not gonna be the whole 100%, but I'm wondering now.
I mean, typically you don't really make a commission, like you're paid a wage, right?
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
It's the Madame implies that you will probably be earning a bonus from this commission that the companies take, that the business is taking on.
Mm.
In fact, she takes it and says, "You know what? I'm feeling generous. The one who designs the best outfit will receive a runestone."
Is that common for folks to like? Kind of, we usually use it for like our adventuring stuff, like moving runes to our weapons.
Runes are luxury items for the common man.
Okay. Thank you.
Even a little bit for the common adventurer.
Yeah, I think she'll nod. That sounds interesting.
Very good. Very good, very good. There you go. Now there's even incentive on the line. Uh, does Meg have any further questions?
No, I don't think so. I think she's just getting straight to it. Thinking about the designs she will present. I guess she didn't say. Actually, no. One more question.
Yep.
And when will you be judging our designs?
They're like, I will give you 2 weeks.
Understood. Thank you.
She claps her hands again to that. All right. Now, as I said, toss away whatever you were doing. It is not important. I will tell our clients that we cancel their contracts. Toss it away. He turns around and walks back out into the shop itself. All right. Presumably, no. As you said, Meg's just going to get right to it.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Very good indeed. Let's see. Who do I want to do next? That's a fun and fine question. You know what? I have a couple. I have 2 or 3 scenes for Carson, so we'll do one of them.
Okay.
Carson, we're gonna resolve the results of the note a little later.
Okay.
So we're just gonna do one of the other more miscellaneous scenes first.
Okay.
You are out running an errand. This is just one of the days during the week. During the time you're spending, you're out running an errand for Counselor Elmer because you are his page, and this is something that you just have to do sometimes.
Yep.
Which means you're down in the city proper. Counselor Elmer has sent you to an antique shop because he would like to. He's looking for a couple of things that they should have in stock there that is useful for continued deciphering of all the texts. A couple of assorted pieces of occultism and knickknacks.
Yeah.
Nothing that stands out too much, but a couple of things. You've given a fine list to the vendor who is now walking around his shop, kind of picking up different pieces as you're looking. And something in the vendor's in this occult collector's stock catches your eye.
Right.
It's a little unassuming, but it stands out to you. It's a fine wooden case. To be clear, not everything here is arcane or occult related. It's mostly just antiques and collectibles, but some of it
stuff.
Yeah. One of the things that you find seems to be a very nice pipe.
A pipe?
A smoking pipe.
I see. Does this pipe look in any way familiar? Have I perhaps seen one like it before?
You've seen one similar.
And where might I have seen such a pipe?
It's in Rowan's mouth. Rowan's pipe is a little worn. It's quite old. It's clear that he's been using it for many years. But there's a pipe here. It looks quite new. Well, it looks not new. It's in good condition. It's the more appropriate phrasing.
Okay.
It's quite nice.
I think oh god, let me I have to think about this actually.
I just figured this would be an interesting little thing to see what you do with.
Yeah, you said this is an antique shop?
Yes.
Carson's gonna take this mysterious pipe. Well, not take it. He's gonna look towards the shopkeeper, and he's gonna be like, "Excuse me, I had."
The shopkeeper is picking down something from a shelf. Like, yes.
I had a question about this pipe.
One moment, he takes a thing down. He stumbles back a couple. He grabs something that was falling down from the shelf, puts it down. Yes. And he turns around, looks at the pipe. I'm like, oh yes. What of it?
Do you happen to know where it came from, or where it was made, perhaps?
He walks over. He picks it. He picks it up kind of carefully. He's wearing gloves and everything, so he's cautious about all these antiques.
Yeah.
And yes. If you look here, he disassembles it kind of he pulls the mouthpiece away from the pipe section. They seem to be able to disconnect. He shows you a wood burned mark inside, so a creator's mark.
I see. Carson looks at it. Do I recognize it?
Yes, you do.
Oh,
It says whistle. WISSEL. Or rather, that's what it doesn't say that. That's what the mark is for.
interesting.
Whistle, is a extremely prolific, like, designer from the Leonian Empire.
Very interesting.
Your family did not own any whistle pieces by any means, but you know they are typically very valuable.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that the Guldarian king might own a couple pieces of, or very prolific nobles.
Damn. After a moment, he's like, "Have you ever sold any others like it?" Out of curiosity.
He thinks for a moment. It had a companion.
A companion. It was me.
So it's a set.
I see.
And he's like, I sold the other one maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, somewhere like that. I think. I probably have it in my ledgers.
Fascinating. He knows he's not going to like the answer to this question, but he'll ask anyway. He says, out of curiosity, how much would it be?
He thinks for everyone and says, 45 gold pieces.
You know what? Carson thinks long and hard about it and says, I'll take it.
Excellent. Let me secure the order for your master, and then I will handle this transaction.
Of course.
He goes through, grabs the last of the stuff. He puts it, he packs it all together as best as he can. He's like, right, so this is for His Eminence. Be careful. There's a couple of things that I would consider a little fragile. A little
Understood.
bit. As for the pipe, he puts just the closed case, wooden case with the pipe on the counter. Here you are, 45. Would you like that wrapped?
Sure.
All right. That will be an additional 3 silver.
Very well. All right. I will subtract. So 45 gold and 3 silver?
Yeah.
All right. I'll pay that in 4 platinum, 5 gold, and 3 silver.
Very, very good.
Insufficient. Oh, I have to break down one of my gold pieces. Hang on. Okay. 45 gold and 3 silver. There we go. Alrighty.
Fireball. Hold on. Here you go, Iris.
Lovely.
It's in your inventory.
Oh, it's unidentified. Fascinating. Well, you know what? I have quick identification, and I'm a master in Arcana. Oh. So, you know what? For shits and giggles, I'm just gonna look this thing over and see if I can identify any magic on it.
Here's the check. Yeah. Here you go.
That's awesome, actually.
It's meant to be a rare item. There we go.
That's really funny. I kind of love this.
It's a cool item.
You know what? This was a good purchase. I'm very cheesed.
Bless you. You also got it.
At a huge discount.
Yes. He gives you the shopkeeper. He hands you. He shoves the items a little in your direction. All right. If there's nothing else, thank you for your patronage.
It's a pleasure doing business. Alrighty. Karsten's going to head out with his acquisitions. Well, one acquisition, one delivery.
Yep. Very good. Very, very good. Halliwell.
That's me.
Not for long.
Oh god, oh fuck.
You spend most of your 10 days retraining, of course.
Yes.
But you spend a couple of days at working for some coin, frequenting a couple of the different taverns around town, playing and performing. Presumably, while you're doing this, you're also looking for any information you can. Also, all of you can set your HPs to full and reset your wounded if you have any. You have plenty of days to rest.
Yeah.
Presumably, you're also keeping your ear out for any information.
Yes, sir.
Great. Would you make me a secret perception check? Okay. You, one of the nights as you finish the performance, you're getting a drink paid for by the house for your performance. You're sitting at the bar listening in. You hear something. I have to go. I have to change my background music. Give me a moment.
Uh-oh.
You hear a couple of laborers. Just construction workers. Would like a carpenter and like a roofer. Just people that are just construction trade people.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about an incident that happened 2 days ago. Where at their work, so they talk about. You're just kind of idly listening because you have a bunch of conversation you're trying to keep your ear to.
Mm-hmm.
But this one starts to pique your interest when they're talking about how their construction site is apparently cursed.
Are they perhaps beginning to fight amongst themselves?
They're not beginning to fight amongst themselves. No, what you hear is that they just lost their third foreman in 2 months. And apparently all the foremen have been found in the same way. Strung up at the construction site with their eyes gouged out.
Oh god, damn it!
Fuck.
Hey, I'm gonna need another drink.
Bartender, like, I'm right up, Chief. Yeah, they talk about it. It's they say it's strange and that they're talking about closing down the site because at this point it's starting to become a problem.
Great. I will note that down with great trepidation.
I love trepidation.
Word.
I'm sure.
Trepidation.
Oh God.
I love it when you're trepidated.
I'm so glad none of this sounds familiar because that would be ominous.
Wouldn't that be so ominous?
What is the adjective form of trepidation?
Uh, I don't think there is one.
Trepidated?
I think it's just with trepidation is what people
Yeah.
generally say.
Yeah.
Trepidatious.
Sure.
Well, either way, that's an interesting little tidbit that you overhear.
Yeah, super interesting. There's also
What an
trepid.
awful-
Which makes sense because of intrepid, which means to not have fear. Anyway,
Yeah, these workers just talk about that incident. They kind of just bring it up and then gloss a little over it. Like they don't linger on the topic. They don't want to talk about that. They're having drinks. They're trying to chill out after a day of work. They don't want to talk about their boss getting murdered by a
Reasonable.
curse, which is what they claim. They claim it's cursed. They do mention that they want to get a cleric to take a look at the place at this point. You also learn that curses aren't the most uncommon thing in San Christina, given the age of the city. Well, isn't that neat?
real neat.
Very cool. Anything else from Halliwell?
Nope,
Do you
he's
wanna
just
do anything
gonna
about
have
this?
his next drink because he knows he's gonna be in for some shit.
Great. We're gonna go back to my good friend Iris.
Hello.
We are gonna jump back a little bit. This is the day after your arrival.
Okay.
You and Counselor Elmer have been going through different, just pulling out books, looking for the page, finding, the phrases and writing everything down. Before Elmer's like, wait, hold on. I think I have it over here.
Oh.
Come take a look. He pushes the
Carson.
notebook he's scribbling in your
Yeah.
way.
Karsten
And-
walks over.
Now, I have to. Let's see. Okay, that is how that works. Okay. He shows you on his page that he has this written.
Karsten tilts his head at that and looks concerned.
Elmer's like, I might have mistranslated a few words, but I think the intention of the message is intact.
The Eve of Falling Stars.
Mallory thinks about it for a few moments, and for a few moments, like the Starry Night Ball.
I'm not actually. Would Karsten have heard of it?
Make me a call knowledge check, please.
Okay, society, I presume.
Yes, I would say this is probably akin to history.
Alrighty.
There we go. Check didn't come from me for a few minutes. You've heard. You don't necessarily know about the Starry Night Ball because that's a localized event here, but you can make a guess at what it's for. You know about the Starfall Dance of the Sun and Moon, as the event is called.
Okay.
Or sometimes just abbreviated to the Starfall Dance.
Interesting.
It is a massive meteor shower.
Ooh.
That happens, to your knowledge, about every 50 to 30 years.
Karsten furrows his brow a little bit, and he's like, I see. How far away is that again? A few months?
Yep, it's on the calendar.
Right. Let me pull up the calendar.
It's in about 3 months.
In 3 months. I wonder. This is vexing to say the least.
I'll say, whoever wrote this mysterious note seems to have machinations in the work.
So it would seem.
But I don't know what this. He taps on the on a particular word in the text. I couldn't find a good translation or meaning for this. It could be literal. It could be a nickname. I don't know what or who this mace is.
That's troublesome. Let me think. I've no immediate ideas as to who it could be either.
Well, it looks to me like it should be important to determine whom.
Agreed.
It's a good thing you found this. I can't imagine this would have been good if it made it to who it was meant to.
No, I don't think it would. Well, if nothing else, I have at least some idea of what to do with this from here. Thank you, my lord, truly.
I'm happy to help. You're helping me quite a lot, so it's the least I can do.
Okay. You know what? Actually, after a moment, he looks over it, lingers on the phrase prime connector for a second, and he's like, out of curiosity, I have no idea if this is actually relevant to this or not, but I remembered something just now.
Mm-hmm.
Carson's going to take out his notebook and start flipping through it to the sketch he did of the layout of San Cristina.
Sure.
And he says, when we arrived in the city, I took note of something I found odd. I have no idea if there's any substance to it or not. I'd like to field the idea to you. He presents the drawing and says, I noticed this pattern in the construction of the layout of the city of San Cristina. It strongly resembles, to me, an arcane sigil.
You got like quirks about this. Really? May I? He gestures to
Wanna
like
ask you?
he takes your notebook so you can like look at it a little closer. I'm no expert on matters of the arcane. I'm afraid this is a little lost to me. I'm better with. He gestures to. He's like to the stuff around. So he says, I'm a learned man, but I do not practice the art.
Of course. I merely wanted to present the idea that there may be
A connection.
a connection or something substantial to this layout. It's hard to say if there's any actual meaning to it or if I'm simply seeing what I expect to see.
He thinks of it. A member of my society knows a couple of things about this. Would you mind if I take a copy of the diagram you drew and show it to him? Just posing it as a hypothetical question.
I don't see a problem with that.
He gives a nod and pulls out some parchment so you can and starts tracing a copy. Looking between the two. I might have some more answers for us. It's a lead worth pursuing. Well caught, young
Carson needs all the
Lord.
leads.
This was a good idea, young Lord Galt. Well done.
Thank you.
Once he finishes make his copy, he gives you your notebook back. So I will present this to my comrade when I see him. I'll let you know what he says.
Excellent, thank you.
Right. Anything else from you here?
I'm debating with myself.
Okay. No worries. I'm not going to move along the scene until you all feel done with it. She can't.
Nah, okay, I think that's everything I've got.
Okay. And you call it an early night on that night.
Okay.
Ori, I have a scene for you as well. Are you prepared?
Sure am.
You are at the temple, the grand temple here in the city, where you've been allowed to, do a little bit of work and help out. It's a pretty nice day around early afternoon when one of when I'm trying to think of the right phrasing for it, because it's not the high cleric of the temple. It is more just the head of the Teresian sect of the temple.
Mhm.
I don't know what I would call him right now, but that's the person. He makes his way to where Ori is, presumably tending to one of the altars, keeping it clean and helping out. And like this old man with thick worm-like eyebrows and pretty poor hearing approaches like, Sister Orithira.
Yes. Can I help you?
What?
Can I be of some assistance?
Oh, yes. Sorry. You raises a hand like, I was hoping you would. He takes a moment to consider. You don't know if he's trying to remember the word or if he's considering his phrasing. He's an old man. This man's probably 80.
Yeah.
He looks like he has 1 foot in the grave.
Oh.
But like your timer, he's a nice enough man. He's just hard of hearing and slow.
Right on.
He takes a moment. Like, I was wondering if you could step in and hear the plights of one of the faithful. Teresian faith doesn't do confession, but they not quite, but sometimes someone will want to speak with a cleric or someone ordained about their troubles or their life and such. Like,
Yeah.
good. It's like, just like, Father Lomron is unfortunately sick today, so I need someone capable of attending this particular faithful, which Father Lomron would usually see to, as she is, I wouldn't say demanding, fickle. And I thought to myself, perhaps Sister Orithira could do it.
Of course, I'm here to help. So.
Now, I would be happy to do it, but I have so many things to do.
Of course.
The implication is also he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah.
She's smelling what he's stepping in.
That's okay.
Like,
That's my
That's an
favorite.
amazing
thing.
phrase.
I'm like, good. Now, you need to address her carefully. She is a prestigious noblewoman.
Oh. Okay. Of course. What title should I refer to her as?
My lady will do, but because of her husband's status, you could also refer to her as Your Eminence.
Okay. She's sweating a little now.
Good. Now, you need to be careful. This will just be a polite conversation. You listen to what she has to say and offer some insight and comforts, should she like them. But I would recommend avoiding a certain few topics.
Oh.
Unless she
Okay.
broaches them first, of course. Now, this might seem counterintuitive, but I would be cautious around the subject of love.
Okay.
Her relationship has been fickle and difficult.
Good to know.
So, and I don't see how, but I would avoid discussing the political situation in our fair principality. It
course.
does upset her so.
Of course.
Good. And I think there's something else, but I cannot recall it, which means it must not be that important.
Okay. Are you sure you can't remember?
You can see he cross his hands and like shaky a little bit. Not like nervous, just he's just old.
Yeah.
You know, he's like it's something about young ones.
Young ones.
Yes, children.
Yeah.
I cannot recall, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'll just try to avoid the topic of children altogether then.
So, unless it was that she wants to talk about children. I cannot recall.
I will see if she brings it up. And if she doesn't,
Yes. It's
I
a
won't
good
say a word.
idea. And at the end, just offer her the blessings of our most divine Father. And, you know. He looks at you, expecting you to know what he's talking about. You don't. You have never done this. This was done by like Talothea and the high-ranking members of the monastery.
Yeah. Would she have overheard any of it? Is there any chance that she might know, or?
What I would say is if you have, that means they didn't do their job super well.
Okay.
But the answer is yes, you definitely probably have.
Okay.
It was a small monastery. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Security was a little laxer than it should have been.
Okay.
Like, you know. You gotta like bobs his head and says, you know, present her with a benediction.
Okay.
Go on, someone post it.
You caught me off guard.
Post receive benediction.
Receive benediction.
Good. Come with me. He starts walking. He's very slow.
Yeah.
Have you played Ocarina of Time ever in your life?
No.
Damn. Okay.
I've heard that it's terrible. So
yes, it sucks.
I'm avoiding it.
That's the word of Tez. Ocarina of Time's good.
Ocarina of Time is a very poorly aged game. I think that I will say that. I think that is a statement I can make that is true and does not speak to its quality. It is just a poorly aged game.
Fair.
It is
Mario
difficult
64
to
is
play.
also in that.
Mario 64 is a very poorly aged game.
Most early 3D games are very poorly aged.
Yeah.
Point is, he's the joke I was gonna make, which other people never get. He walks at the pace of Dante.
No.
Which means very slowly.
I'm just hearing Aaron Hansen in my head.
Dante is the gravekeeper in Ocarina of Time, and he walks like one slow step at a time.
Okay.
And
Fun.
the really annoying part is you need to like lead him to different places.
Yeah, that you need him to dig.
Great.
Until later when you race him.
But he's very, very fast.
There's also flying in that section, so it's a bit different.
It's because he's dead. He's
Yeah,
dead. He has a halo.
Yeah.
He has a halo and everything.
Oh, come on, spoilers.
Oh, I'm watching a video of it. This man.
Yeah, he's slow.
Okay.
Dumpe's very slow.
Damn.
The Zora King is slower, but the Zora King is more tolerable because you only need him to move once.
And you don't need to guide him.
You don't you don't need to like wait like.
You just have to wait out a cutscene.
That being said, whenever I play my Ocarina of Time Rambus, I turn like most of the speed stuff up to make it go faster, except for the Zora King. I like to watch him painstakingly take his time to shimmy out of the way. While he goes, weep, weep, weep. The cleric moves and just takes you to, the essentially the confession booths, where you would have these private conversations.
Mhm.
A certainly rich-looking older woman stands waiting there. She's pretty thin. She has short hair done up very nicely with like a diamond decorative pin and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's wearing a very neutrally colored dress with a couple of pieces of jewelry. She looks almost ready for a funeral.
Oh, good.
Is it?
She's
Don't have to get
older.
ready to stay ready.
She's older if you look at her. Maybe could immediately think you clock maybe early 60s, maybe mid 60s.
Okay.
Not too old, but like she's on the older end.
Mhm.
The cleric he goes over, he gives like a bow of his head, which takes him a painfully long time to get back up from.
Or he will do the same but quicker.
Yeah. Like, Your Eminence, this is Sister Orithira, and you were a member of our brotherhood. She will converse with you today. He turns towards Ori and is like, Lady Orithira, Sister Orithira, rather, not lady.
Mhm.
That's why me just mixing up.
Yep.
Like, this is Lady Amphrey.
Oh fuck!
Oh my! You know what? The children
Yeah.
thing should have tipped me off.
Yeah,
Knew
I
it because of the
I
children.
knew it. The second you
Oh.
said Your Eminence, I was like, oh no, okay.
Lady Amphrey gives a polite smile and holds her hand out for you.
Ori will. Does she kiss it? Ori does not know how to read it. Oh, fuck. We haven't. Ori will take it and curtsy over it, or whatever.
Over the hand? What?
Not
No,
over it, but like
that means
not. He's dunking
she'll
her
hold
down to
her
the
hand.
floor. He's
She
throwing
curtsies
her
after
down.
she takes the hand for a moment. I know what
She
she meant.
holds hand
Yeah,
as
yeah.
a curtsy. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
She's gonna be.
A Lady Amphrey's like, I see. And she turns and walks into the confession booth.
Okay. Ori.
The clerk gives you like best of fortune, and then he just starts walking away.
Thank you.
Good luck, idiot.
You know what he also says that I will find someone to tend to your duties for the next hour and a half.
I appreciate that. Okay, and she will go to the booth.
Yeah, you walk in on the other side.
I don't know anything about confession, so someone help.
Once you're seated and have shut the doors, and you have to like, are you new here, Sister Orithira?
Yes, I've actually arrived very recently, like within the last month or so.
Really, really. Where have you come from?
A long way away. I come from Gullider.
Ah, Galladair. Like my husband has roots in Galladair.
Oh, really?
Yes. I myself am native to the city, but my husband's family comes from Galladair. Many long years ago.
Interesting. I will say I've never seen anything quite as lovely as the city, from where I'm from.
It is a marvel of the world.
Truly.
It's hard to know what could have created the city in the way that it is, whether nature or the gods.
Hang on, dialogue tree.
Yeah, you get to have the dialogue engine today.
We are
Yeah.
all just
Shit.
NPCs.
Yeah. I think it could be a mixture of mortal ingenuity, potentially with the guidance of the gods.
That's a very clever answer. Clever answer. It's often both.
Definitely.
So what has brought you to San Cristina?
My temple was lost, and I was seeking something to replace it. And truly, there's nothing more beautiful than this temple here.
It's true. The great temple of San Cristina is, well, that really. It's great.
Exactly.
I come here every
Certainly.
week. I have for my entire life.
Truly.
It's a lot of weeks.
Are you calling me old?
Ori would not have said that.
Yeah, no, I know. Obviously, it wasn't even you saying it. It was Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Ori is the same age. So
Yes,
she can't say anything.
but you don't look it.
True.
You also look Alvin, so
Still young and hot, actually.
yeah. So she adjust your standards. She's young if your type is gilfs. Just saying.
Fair. Very fair. An untapped resource. Guilt.
Sure.
I think being young is a bit of a turnoff for those kinds of people.
Like yes, I have. I come here to receive blessings of Taris every week.
Oh, really? Well, I'm sure that the gods will have noticed that sort of devotion.
Well, it's my hope. It's not that they've certainly put me through their fair share of challenges.
They do. I believe that they put all of us through the challenges they believe that we are prepared for and able to face.
She kind of like I think they put us through some that we aren't meant to succeed in.
Truly?
Says you never learn if you only succeed. I've been through hardships, but I think I have emerged better. And my faith has helped me with that.
Faith has helped me through quite a bit these last few months. So
I as well. I as well. It's truly Tara's blessing has come to me and my family.
yes,
She nods her head and like you wouldn't know, but I've been having difficulties having children throughout my life.
Oh, here she goes.
I don't have to worry about that. She can talk about children, so now I
Yeah.
can talk about children.
But recently we found this lovely young boy.
Oh, found him?
He was
Yeah.
an urchin.
Oh, you've adopted.
Yes.
That's
But,
wonderful.
I'm far too old. I'm far too old to have children of my own.
I am not here to make assumptions about people.
She kind of like chuckles. Like, please, I'm an old lady. My body would be torn apart, I'm sure.
Oh,
Torn asunder.
Torn asunder.
for Ori does not know how to handle that, so she'll laugh nervously. Oh, well, adoption is a wonderful thing. It giving a child who doesn't have a home somewhere stable, and I mean, I was adopted myself, so
Truly.
yes.
Yes, I think. Oh, I believe this is Tara's reward.
Terrace is a god of family, so I can
I've
see
str-
that as
I've
something
struggled for a long time, and now I am ready to receive my reward.
wonderful. I'm so happy that you've been given this blessing.
She kind of gives another nod of her head, and we're gonna cut off there because she's gonna be talking for like an hour and a half.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
She talks a lot.
Does she tell you the name of the urchin?
Do you
Does
ask
she?
about the name of the urchin?
I think Ori would ask a little bit about like the child and how they came to her.
She will inform you quite happily that his name is Ossel.
Also. Yeah, fucking right it is.
Stuff like this. Here you go.
Okay. Thank you.
She talks about everything. She talks a lot about her life.
Okay.
She talks a lot about Ossel. She talks very little about her husband, but a little bit.
Okay.
You get the impression that it's almost a little bit of a sore subject.
Yeah, I mean, Ori was warned against talking about it, so
Yeah.
she's just leaving it alone.
No, but she shares a lot. You learn a lot about Lady Amphrey. Some that you could probably do without. You get the impression that she's a chronic oversharer.
Yeah, I mean, if I was told going into it, I'll see you in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Can't imagine she's a particularly short-winded person.
Yes. Well, it takes a while.
Yeah, okay.
When it finishes, she like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even think so much time must have gone by. It's just nice to have someone to talk to.
Of course. That's anything I can do to help any devotees of Terrace is
Well, I
a
need
gift.
to make my way back home soon. We must have. Ossel and I are due to have lunch in not too long.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I do hope that you have a wonderful lunch with your son and that Terrace continues to look upon you with such favor.
Thank you. Well, I hope to see you next week then, Sister Orithira.
I hope to see you as well.
Yeah, she'll head out. How does Ori feel after that?
She's like wiping the sweat off.
Her palms, yeah.
She's maintained composure, but probably like very nervous knowing what little she knows about Amphrey and that sort
Yeah.
of thing. But she feels like the conversation went well. I mean,
You know what?
went long.
You did learn another useful thing that I forgot to
Hmm.
mention. What little she doesn't talk much about her husband, but she does tell you that recently he's been having all sorts of what she calls ruffians and hoodlums in their home.
Mm. You hate to see a ruffian in your home.
She
Especially a hoodlum.
she described particularly his meeting with this tall, bald man with a notable scar across his nose.
The motherfucker.
Potentially.
Okay.
She doesn't, to your understanding, she doesn't like these ruffians and hoodlums in her home. She says that they come in armed and it's unsettling.
Oh, okay. Hoo-hoo. How did my first confession go, guys?
I love
It
that.
could have gone worse.
I love that Amphrey has the vibes of not a sin, but all right. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I think the impression you kind of got is that she's just a lonely lady who just
Yeah.
wants someone to talk to.
Yeah, fair. So she takes it out on the nearest priest. Confession is her gossip sesh.
There is a
Uh,
gossip action.
That's true. It's a downtime action.
Carson, not Carson, sorry, Armok. The
Oh.
inverse of Carson. Armok.
Yeah.
It's later in the week.
Mm-hmm.
You've received plenty of tutoring from your now mentor.
What's his name? He's a dwarf.
His name is Mac, M-A-C.
Okay.
He has told you. He told you that if he had a family name once, but it means nothing to him anymore. So he just prefers Mac.
All right.
He's nice. He's very knowledgeable. You get the impression that he has a lot he could teach you, especially about showmanship. You've talked to him. You learned that he. No, you know what? Make me a roll.
Okay. What do you want me to roll?
I'd like you to make a diplomacy roll, please.
All right. Public.
Yeah, go ahead. That's pretty solid.
Pretty good.
You learn that he used to fight in one of the Shard State armies.
Ooh. Okay.
You learn that again, just a summary, the Shard States are a confederacy of many small kingdoms that are like kind of in like defensive pacts and treaties with each other, but it's not a unified state.
Okay. I assume that includes Hellane Shard.
No, that's in the Mistlands.
Oh.
No
Okay.
relation. They just have a similar name.
Okay.
The Shard
gotcha.
States are outside of the Mistlands.
My bad.
Yeah. The Shard States is also where Svarog earned his money and his name.
Mm-hmm.
And you do learn that presumably at some point you asked Mac what made him quit.
Yeah.
He tells you that he suffered a major defeat at the hands of an orc warband.
Oh, fuck.
He tells you that they were. He's very open about it. They were defending against the marauding band of Svarog the Kingkiller as he was making his way through the Shard States.
Oh, fuck.
Probably like he tells you like 30 years ago.
Do I tell him? I want to, but I don't know if I don't think it's a good idea. So like see what would happen, but also I can't quick save, you know?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, good news. He's dead now.
He tells you
Don't ask how I
that
know.
his kingdom was one of the many that the warband raided and killed the king of. After which he felt he could no longer serve, so he left.
I know what I'll say.
Yep.
Well, I've heard that Svarog, his warband, is completely disbanded now.
You're having this conversation while he's like teaching you some moves with your axe that like that look super flashy, but are completely impractical in actual battle.
Right, yeah.
Like, I've heard near you of the sort, so I wouldn't know. But if he's alive somewhere, then I suspect he's still as canny as ever.
Hanny?
Yeah, that's the word he uses.
Could you like provide a definition? I don't
Clever.
understand.
Shrewd.
Oh, duh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steady. It's
Yeah.
yeah. It's chiefly a dialect word, but it's in the same root as cunning.
Okay. Yeah. Armok kind of like smirks at that. Yeah, I imagine so.
Like, well, I mean, as a warrior, great respect, but of course, he did plunder our home and burn our castle and steal all our gold. So, you know.
That's what warbands tend to do.
Aye, 'tis so, and 'tis the nature of the shard states. They fracture and reform.
That's why they call them shards.
Well, actually, and then he's about to explain something to you when,
Yeah.
again, your self to retain a slight
Dab
sheen
himself.
to
Yeah.
retain a slight sheen of sweat across his torso.
My
Ew.
fucking god, this guy.
Gotta kill him.
Matt kind of shakes and says, "Oh, he's about to head out and meet the fans, I reckon."
Looks like it.
Uh, you watch as like one of the other contestants who hasn't quite noticed him, like walks in front of him, and because the champ just doesn't look that, he bumps into him. This
Oh.
guy, like he staggers back to sorry, champ, sorry, what's happening? And he's like, "You bet it won't," and then he just shoves him out of the way and just keeps walking.
Jesus, this guy.
He stops like next to like one of the guards. That's because they have guards here because fights can break out in the locker room and they want that.
Oh, of course. Of
He
course.
stops next to the guard. He's like, kick that one out, and he just walks out. The guard, after a moment, he walks up and to this young gladiator, like, "You heard the champ. Come on, you're out."
Hey. Armok's gonna like speak up at that.
Mac's like, "Armok, don't." And the guard's like, "What do you want, Runt?" No, sorry, let me rephrase that. "What do you want, Gonzalez?"
Just an accident. There wasn't a fight or anything.
The champ says goes.
Hang on, I gotta think of. Do we fast track the Armok becomes champion of the ring?
Everyone in the locker is like looking. They're like,
No, yeah, all right. You know what? I'm gonna commit to this. Well, that's not fair.
maybe
Top dog
not.
should-
Sorry, go on.
I completely derailed my train of thought.
This is my bad. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So you said top dog.
I think I just completely lost it.
Poo.
Let me just kick this engine block real quick.
Your foot breaks.
It's a very dense engine. Just because he's top dog doesn't mean he should get to boss people around here. He's still a fighter like the rest of us.
Take it up with the champ, kid.
He's gonna look back at Mac like,
Mac gives you a look of, ah, shit. Here we go.
all right, I think I will.
You gonna follow after the champ?
Yeah.
You Mac gives a couple of steps before he picks up the weapon he was holding and just hefts it over his shoulder and walks after you. You walk out into the front area of the arena. You got big arched open doorways out into the streets. It's Colosseum style kind of place.
Yeah.
Where the champ there's a large crowd of people. The champ standing there. He's waving, flashing, dazzling smiles and flexing, and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Kissing babies, signing babies, kissing notes. Yeah,
of course. When Armok gets a line of sight of him and he walks out a bit. Hey, champ!
The champ just turns his head over, his entire torso, like Michael Keaton Batman style,
Yeah, because he can't turn his neck. Yeah. Oh my god.
He's like, who are you? I'm sorry, he gets the Rocky voice. You have to deal with it.
Of course. Armok replies, Gonzalez.
Who?
Yeah, that's so fucking stupid.
The fighter that's gonna take you down.
There's a cup that you hear a bunch of ooh, you know the crowd.
You can see Armok doing you know how in WWE they kind of do exaggerated gestures.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have picked that up from Mac a little bit. He would have done something like that.
Dramatic point.
Yeah.
The champ he turns to his torso, pushes a couple of fans to the side, and walks closer. So you're standing pretty close to each other. He's a little higher than you. He's 6'7", 6'8", so he's a little higher than you.
Barely a little higher.
Yeah. He looks slightly down at you. Said, "You want to say that again?"
I'm Gonzalez. The fighter that's gonna take you down.
He gets just a single laugh. You see, you watch it. He's like, "You think you could fight with the Baron of the Beatdown?" He goes. You watch him as he brings his arms back and flexes his pecs at you.
Yeah, of course.
You're nothing against the Sultan of Smack.
Oh my. Okay. Group huddle with the party. Do I say you're nothing against the son of Svarog?
Oh
Kinda.
my
I mean, it's a
god.
pretty good line.
Kind of good. Pretty sexy.
I think. Ah, God. I don't want to upset Mac. All right, you know what? Fuck it. That's nothing compared to the son of Svarog.
There's a couple of because Svarog is a decently known name. He is a prolific warlord for a time. That the champ's like, huh? Mac on the side's like, it doesn't matter to you, champ. He's the one who's gonna bring you down. That's all you need to know. The champ looks over like, stay out of this, little Mac.
Little Mac.
God damn it!
You know what?
I fucking knew it. God damn it.
It didn't click. I was like, why? I was like,
just
yeah,
now clicked, too, yeah.
small. I was just upset at the insensitivity,
Motherfucker.
the microaggression. God damn it.
It's oh yeah, Mac's a good name for a fighter, huh? That's really nice. Oh, you
I thought
sly
it was
dog.
just being Scottish.
That too. I mean, I get both. I get points
Yeah,
for both.
yeah. No, it genuinely fits.
They're not good points.
I tell
They're points
Stella.
nonetheless.
Stella, listen to me. When have I ever cared about them being good or bad? They're just points. I will score them.
It's true. This is what Tez does. All right.
As will always score.
The champ just kind of he straightens his back. His pecs dances a little bit from as he flexes them.
Of course.
You're like, I will fight no names.
I gotta think.
He dramatically turns towards like a big board, and he also used the same with you too, like flex, like making a super Herculean flex as he gestures towards like a large board with like stone tablets that like they write on with chalk that they can slide in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can see it shows like top 25 like fighters and like their current record.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
And of course, number 1, the champ.
Yeah, it just says the champ. Where it's like his wins and like 0 losses. You know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's like, see that board? Or do you need a lift up, little man?
Thought for a split second, Armok like gets on his tiptoes to match his height.
So he calls you little man. You are like very. I mean, you are like basically just the same height. So
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
funny.
This is barely a difference.
Yeah.
Ugh. Of course I do. Shit. God damn it. No, I had something.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. Look, I lost it again. God damn it. Of course I do. That number 2 spot's gonna be your new home.
Damn.
Make me a gladiatorial lore check.
You got it, boss.
Public.
Okay.
Yeah. You get to substitute this for performance when you're like showboating.
Fuck. Perfectly average.
And lukewarm response from the crowd.
Damn.
But not bad.
He's like he points to the board again. 2 months. But if your name's a number 2, I'll fight you. And I'll grind you into dust. Oh! He flexes again.
Yeah. You're on.
He gives like a sharp flex that makes some of the sweat bounce off of his body.
Gross.
Disgusting.
All right. You're on.
Yeah, he looks towards the crowd. Sorry, fans. The champ isn't feeling like for your adoration today because of this asshole.
Trying to like turn them on me. Oh my god.
If you want to boo someone, boo him.
Oh god.
And he grabs someone and just rips off his shirt and dabs some more sweat off of him as he walks off.
That's disgusting. Oh. Alright.
The crowd is filled with suspense as Mike's like, I think we should go back into the locker room, lad.
Alright.
We got a lot of training to do if you're gonna beat him in 2 months.
Damn right.
Alright, I'm adding another date to the calendar. Hold on. Let's see. What do I call it? Okay. There we go. There's now a note for your. Oh, did I not make it so everyone can see it?
No, I
No, everyone can see it. Everyone can see it. That's your deadline to reach number 2.
We also need to worry about the Hurricane's Reckoning.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Oh,
I-
worry.
Is he just still
No.
sitting in the?
No, listen. I've been assuming that Karsten is like working on that in the background while they're sorting through the tomes that they got from the place, because
Yes,
that seems like
I
the
have been because
Yeah.
they're relevant to each other. Don't worry. we're on the
yeah,
same
that
page.
seems like the best source for him to get information
Yes.
on the place. Yeah.
All right, we'll move on from that scene now.
But I was having so much fun.
Thank you. I made sure to give Logan the most cartoony stuff. I have to find the champ. You won't like his special move.
What's a special move?
He's invincible.
Oh wait.
We're gonna actually go back to Armok. No, other Armok. Karsten.
Inverse of Armok.
Inverse Armok. This is the opposite of what I did before going to this one. You're a bit further into the week, Karsten.
Mm-hmm.
And working away at all the documents with all of the information that you have. I mean, this is probably going to be work for like a month or two nearly, with all the things that need to be sorted through, translated, transcribed, copied, organized. There's a lot here.
Yeah.
But you're making decent progress through things. I would like you to make me I'm going to call it a decipher writing check.
Okay.
Just to determine your progress through the text. I would say you could probably make literally any skill work, but you'll get different information depending on what skill you use.
Okay, I'm going to
Arcana is, of course,
use-
your best one.
I was going to say I'm going to use Arcana because I'm a master in that versus only trained in all of the others. And because this is decipher writing, is this secret?
It is secret.
Okay.
You not alone. You are, because you're working together with Counselor Elmer, who you've come to find is a very diligent student. He's very good at this.
Mhm.
In fact, you just, as you're reading something now, you're in the study with Counselor Elmer. Afternoon tea has just been served. And he's having a cup of tea while he's sorting through some documents. You presumably have a beverage of your own choice.
Yeah.
When you find a piece of information that starts to tie things together, it seems to you that the purpose of that, at least some of the purpose of that ruin, was that whatever ancient civilization this was, were working on methods to create their own demi-planar beings. You know, types angels, demons, elementals.
Fascinating.
It seems like they were conducting experiments on them. They had a particular fascination with angels and trying to create them.
That's not good.
Some of the texts you find suggest from one of the scholars at the facility that he personally believed that if they could create angels, they could use them as a power source.
Huh.
I think I know what the guy was supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that explanation does come pretty naturally, doesn't it?
Aligns with what you saw, I think.
Yeah.
That you just kind of make the connection now as you're looking through the text. Elmer is just reading through some of the stuff on his own, or taking the occasional notes over by where he's sitting.
Mhm. This is. Carson is like actually at a loss for words, just kind of reading through this.
He hears the beginning of the sentence and then Carson trails off. So Elmer looks at it. Did you find something, young Lord Galt?
Something very. I don't have the words, to be quite honest with you. He's just going to pass what he's transcribed over to Counselor Elmer.
Takes it, starts reading through it. And he's got a butters a little bit. Oh, this connects many of the pieces we've been looking at that we didn't know where went.
Indeed, it does.
It's creating celestials and elementals.
God damn it.
Furrows his brow and says, I don't like it. That's messing with the divine order.
I agree. It's asking for disaster. Frankly, it's no wonder the ruin is in the state it's in.
Still don't know what happened to the place, but we now have a better sense of what they were doing there. Experimenting on celestials and elementals and demons. He shakes his head like it's not natural. That's all I have to say about it. This kind of thing invites disaster, as you said yourself.
I think Carson's just gonna go back to work at that point.
Okay. After a little bit, Counselor Elder prompts and speaks out. Lord Galt,
Yes.
what's your opinion on the state of the city and the principality? If you've been here for a bit now, you've got no lay of the land.
You mean the political situation, I take it?
Yes. Or something else if you choose to interpret my question for a different meaning.
It's if I had to describe it honestly, I would call it concerning.
I agree. I entirely agree. Disorganized, disorderly. This situation, it's only going to breed more strife within the city. All the gangs and everything. Amfrey refusing to hand over power, which by all means I think he should.
I'm inclined to agree. From what I've seen, I wouldn't say that he's using the royal mandate well.
I agree. He's using it to turn this place into a state run on banditry and criminals. He said, not that I can claim my conscience is clear. I have my engagements with the underworld elements here and there. Our contract was not entirely above board after all, but this is different. This is putting the people at jeopardy.
I agree.
As long as the tyrant and Amfrey's gang continues to run the streets, but I doubt any other council member will be willing to do anything about it. Even their own gangs are fighting turf wars in the dead of night out in our own streets. It's disgraceful.
It's no condition for a city of this grandeur to be in, that's for sure.
Right. You know, Lord Gold, I've enjoyed your company.
It's an honor to hear that, my lord.
I hope you found my company somewhat enjoyable all the same, though. Perhaps you'd rather be out adventuring with your companions than studying with an old man.
Hardly.
Hmm.
Uh, don't
Go.
don't mistake me, of course. I care for my companions greatly, but I was always a scholar at heart, not a warrior. I took up the blade out of necessity.
You have a good head on your shoulders, Lord Gold.
I strive to when I to have one when I can.
Takes so and said, one of my says, as counselor and major nobility within the principality, I'm sure you are aware from the errands you've run. I have a few vassals, landowners throughout the Grand Principality.
I am aware. Yes, Carson like shifts a little bit. He has a feeling about where this is going.
One of my vassals, 2 or 3 years ago, died with no heirs, so his estate befell to me.
I see.
I have plenty to handle. Perhaps management of the estate would interest you.
Carson like crosses his arms for a moment and seriously considers it. And he's like, if I may ask, my lord, what does this estate entail?
He'd like, are you talking monetary value, size? What's your metric?
Land.
He gets up from his seat and walks towards one of the shelves, kind of unlocks like a glass cabinet door. He goes through a couple of different scrolls before he pulls one out. Walks towards where you are and like unfurls it. It seems to be like a map drawn up.
Mhm.
Here, he gestures to one of the marked lands. It's a sizable, what do you call it? A bit of land. There is a manor, like there is a nobleman's manor house there, as well as a small village. Other than that, it's predominantly farmland.
Okay.
Like the estate oversees this village here, comes with this manor house. Towards the edge, he points close to the boundary. There is a stud farm. That's also subject to the estate. It's not the most lucrative thing in the world, but it's an estate that needs overseeing nonetheless.
Real quick out of character, because I think I missed, but I assume this estate is like within the Mistlands still.
Yes, it's within the principality even. So
Within, yeah.
Yeah.
He stares long and hard at the paper. And he's like, this is a very tempting offer, Your Eminence.
He kind of stops Carson a bit. Think about it. I don't need an answer right now.
Thank you. I'll let you know once I reach a decision.
Rolls up the map again, walks back towards the to put it back in the cabinet.
Mhm.
Like the offer extends to you. You are allowed. I have no issue with you taking on your companions as retainers for whatever purposes you see fit. You would, of course, be my vassal, but I do not ask a lot of my vassal other than that their tithes and taxes are paid on time,
Of course.
and that their feudal obligations are fulfilled when need be. You would have to swear an oath of fealty before the Grand Prince. Well, he stops before Lord Councillor Amfrey, who currently holds the royal mandate. But it's yours to do as you see fit with Beyond. It's very developable.
I would imagine so.
You don't need to give me an answer right now. I imagine you still have some things to do, but the offer stands. Because I need competent people.
If I may be candid for a moment, my lord.
You earned that, right? He sits back down at his seat after closing and locking the cabinet.
I've had a goal this last year. Since Varn fell, I had much time to think about what became of my land, what we could have done about it, and what we couldn't.
It was the estate of Varn, yes, if I recall?
Yes, sir.
He gives a nod. Just, asking, confirming questions.
Mm-hmm. It has been my long-term goal in this year to work towards rebuilding Varn. A very fraught goal, considering that naturally the land that once composed Varn has been divided and given to the surrounding territories.
Gives a nod that says, naturally, with no lord, it might as well just split up the fief.
To go through with my original plan would have entailed building up considerable assets and influence to meet with the lords of the surrounding lands and petition to have Varn restored, which is no small feat.
He kind of like you forget the key player in that part.
Indeed.
By my last, this is by last I recalled, Varn is a kingdom. Gallaudet is a kingdom.
Petitioning the king directly would be difficult.
You need his assent either way.
That's true.
He's like, I understand the extent of your goal. As if I understand the desire to return home. But I'm proposing an option to begin anew. That's all.
So I see. That's all I had to say. I'll take some time to think about it.
Of course. And while I'm thinking about it, would you like to join me to my fellowship meeting?
I would be very interested, my lord.
Excellent. We'll head out tomorrow.
I look forward to it.
All right. We are. Let's see. I'm gonna jump. No, I'm gonna progress the calendar some days because now we're almost done with all this downtime. There we are towards the end of the month. Do any of you meet up?
I
Like,
imagine
fully-
so on occasion.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Matt. Sorry. Let me rephrase. Do all of you meet up to have any discussions?
Well, we'd be keen to know what Carsten's learned about the note. So maybe
That's
around
true.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that would be a good idea.
Okay. So you want to meet the day before you go to the fellowship meeting, then?
You know what? It completely slipped my mind, but also, like, the day that they finished deciphering the note, Karsten probably would have written, like, correspondence to Rowan to explain their his findings,
Okay.
because this feels connected to the New Dawn.
Okay. So good to know. Okay. I will note that down in my own notes. Hold on.
Just to, like, keep him updated.
Yeah, totally. Let me write that down so I make sure I have it. Okay. So it's in the evening. All of you are presumably gathered down at the Spears when Karsten arrives, presumably unannounced.
Yeah.
The five of you are sitting in what's essentially become your booth at this point.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
Carson, you enter. The mood is bright and lively, and you make your way towards the party's booth.
Where the mood rapidly stops being bright and lively.
Right,
Man.
violent scratch.
Yeah.
Oh, they put on Bardcore Toxic.
True, post the link.
Hold on. There you go.
All right.
But yeah, a lot of you, Carson approaches the side of the table.
Armok like gives him a kind of like side eye look, like, and he just like gestures to a seat, presumably there's like a chair nearby that he can pull up to the booth.
He could, or like on the other side, like I might like Ori and Hallow like shuffle in to let the Carson sit next to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Karsten pointedly ignores Armok as he sits down. And he says, "We've made some discoveries. Troubling ones.
Mm.
I'll lead with the note that we found." He's going to pull out like a copy of it that he made and read off from it. He says, "This is what the note read. Its recipient is unknown. It says, on the eve of falling stars, all our motions will align. Make sure everything is ready at the prime connector. Deliver instructions to the mace. He will make sure all proceeds according to our plan."
Did you paste that?
I can
Yeah.
paste that if you'd like.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just about to put in my notes. Like, I just need to ask.
No worries.
for this
I
before come back.
will paste it now that you all know it.
What's the eve
Thank
of
you.
falling stars?
It's the night of the it's on the calendar.
It's called the actual like the event itself is called the Starfall Dance.
Yeah. Sorry, that was in character. Ori has not heard about this yet.
Oh, I see. Carson's like, It's an oblique reference to the Starry Night Ball happening in 3 months. Right? 3?
Yeah.
I need
Give or
to
take.
count. Yeah.
Give or take. Give or take.
Give or take.
Huh.
It's on the new moon of Tordon. Something, I presume, is going to happen then, and we have 3 months to figure out what and do something about it.
Okay. It's a prime connector.
That's what I'd like to know.
Good then.
The
We have another name to follow.
Indeed we do. The other discovery we made pertains to the ruins that we delved into on Counselor Elmer's behalf. Apparently, the place was a research center of sorts for experiments pertaining to synthesizing extraplanar beings.
To do what?
I just imagine Armok going, Ingulitarian, damn it!
Yeah. Like slamming his fist on the table.
Yeah.
I literally did that motion as I
Yeah.
said it.
Yeah.
God.
Um, Karsten tries not to grit his teeth as he says, creating things like elementals and celestials.
Armok does have a kind of worried look on his face at that, like, what the fuck?
It seems their intention was to use such beings, particularly artificial angels, as power sources. For what, I have no idea, but as we could plainly see, their experiments did not seem to bear much fruit. Or if they did, they suffered the consequences for it.
Huh.
That's the bulk of what I have to share.
Well, thank you for telling us about that.
Telling people about things is very uncharacteristic for Karsten.
Yeah, that's why
This
she's
is,
saying it.
let's see.
Positive
Right now, we have to take a stop on that exact scene. We have to go back a couple of days in the
Oh.
timeline
Oh.
to a night just like this one. The
Mm-hmm.
rest with the lot of you seated at the tavern, barring Carson.
Barn Karsten, he's busy.
Couple nights earlier. You're having a good time. The drink, you're all a drink in, enjoying the time, chilling out. Ori is venting after getting vented at by Lady Amphrey. When the robed figure who you met previously, identified as Magvira, approaches the table. He stands at the head of the table, interrupting the conversation you had. Looks down at you, says, "Good evening."
Good evening. I trust that everything was delivered successfully.
Gives a simple nod. Says, "My liege is very satisfied with your efforts during the job. We are also glad to hear that no civilians were harmed.
Of course. They had nothing to do with it, so.
My liege has sent me to deliver a message. My liege is willing to pay you in gold, if you would like. However, he believes that he is able to offer you a more valuable reward.
Which is?
Information and continued contact. My liege believes we may still be of use to one another. She gestures to this idle seat next to Meg. May I?
Of course.
He sits down, removes her hood. You're like, I have done a little research of my own. You are looking into Cessnoth Pal, yes?
Yes.
Says, we have no love lost. Says, and it is in our interest that he meets justice. Do you believe that you could be a useful instrument to deliver this justice on behalf of yourselves, but also on behalf of my liege?
It depends on what we would be doing.
Cessnoth Paul will be said. Sorry, let me walk that back a little bit. She's like, he's like, are all of you aware of the Starfall dance?
Okay, Tez, you gotta tell me, is this in the right time frame for Meg to be aware?
Yes. Yeah. This is like a day or two before this. Well, your thing happened pretty early in the week.
I'm aware of it, and I may have mentioned it to some of them.
Good. At the palace, at the Grand Prince's palace, there will be a ball, the Starry Night Ball, which is held during the night of the Starfall dance. A large meteor shower will be gracing us across the sky. During this event, we believe that it is possible to draw Cessnoth Paul out of hiding, presenting you an opportunity to deal with him. Would this interest you? She looks across the five of you seated here.
I think Meg will look to the others, and if no one says anything, she'll look back and nod.
He said and also, my lieges will be able to secure one of you an invitation to the ball. The rest of you will have to sort your own means. It is important that all, or most of you, be present. She looks towards Meg and says, you sound like you might have an opportunity to get there on your own.
I'll be preparing the garments for it, so I could potentially arrange something.
You're like, the contract with the Madame, of course.
Right.
She seems, Magvir at least seems well informed about these matters. Yes, I'm aware of this contract. Very good. You should be able to secure a passage into the ball through there. She looks towards Armok and says, I hear that you might have an opportunity as well.
Oh.
It is the intention. It is to my understanding that the Grand Duke intends to invite the Cham. She says in air quotes.
Oh my god.
So, as he is a prolific citizen of the city. But were there to be a different champion by the time the ball comes around?
Armok like raises his like shot glass that he has at that.
Good. She looks at Halliwell, says, "You're an entertainer, yes?"
Yes, ma'am.
She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a coin that she places in front of you.
Pick it up and look at it.
It's a bronze coin. On one side, there's a harp embossed in it, and on the other side, there is a violin.
And this does.
It grants you access to somewhere.
Good enough for me.
Yeah. And she kind of like gives a sigh. So every Loon Day, a group of entertainers meet in the city. It's a sort of exclusive function for them. This will give you admission. It could be a potential avenue for you to gain entry into the ball. She looks towards Ori and says, "I'm not sure if you have any avenues available, but you have time to explore. If not, let me know, and I will produce an invitation. On behalf of my liege. As I said, he can invite one of you without arousing suspicion.
Thank you.
During these next few months, I will seek you out with opportunities to disrupt the operations of the tyrants. Continued harassment of his gang will no doubt draw Seston Paul out of hiding. But likely it will make his own master, Councillor Amphrey, fear for his life and security of his assets, which will prompt him to bring Seston Paul as a bodyguard to the ball. This will be one of the only opportunities you will have to kill him. Understood? Any questions?
I don't think so, no. Based on what we
He
can think
nods
of right now.
She nods at Ash and says, "Likewise, if you can't find a way in, let me know. But I can only get acquire pass you for one of the two of you."
I can be quite the socialite, I don't doubt. I'll find a way.
She gives a nod. "Perhaps you can acquire yourself an invitation to another noble."
Perhaps. Don't always get on the best with nobles. You can ask Karsten.
But, you're the missing companion of this group.
Yes.
When you next see him, make sure to deliver the instructions
Of
our
course.
agreement, and let him know that if he cannot secure his own passage, then you will have a difficult choice. One of the three of you.
Well, he is a noble. I'm sure he can manage something.
All right. No question for Mike Vera?
No.
She gives a nod, gets up, pulls her hood up, says, "We will be in touch again. My liege and I both thank you gratefully." She heads off. Now we jump back to present day.
Oh, we had like a heist flashback. That's sick as fuck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So now you're back here with Carson.
This is just like Blaze in the Dark.
One of you should inform Carson about what you were just informed about.
Yeah, Meg will Meg will inform him of the scene that just happened, but actually happened 2 days ago.
Yep.
I see. I don't expect securing an invitation will be an issue. In fact, I think I have a decent idea on how I might go about it already. That aside, I would have liked to ask Magvira a question or two, but I suppose it will have to wait.
Honestly, your best bet is probably to convey the question to a member of the party to ask next time, because they're more likely to meet her without you, because you are at Elmer's estate.
That's true.
So, in the interest of you getting to ask what you want, I recommend that you pass the question on to a reliable companion.
I look at the rest of the group.
You look at
Who's a reliable
you-
companion?
You look at you look at Meg.
Yeah.
I'd be offended, but I did let out a mad tornado, so.
That was a pretty significant thing that happened.
You still have to earn that one back.
But Carson looks to Meg, who will pass the message on to Handsome, the actual reliable party member.
I like the camera pans over to the window that's in the booth, shutters open, the horse's head in. That is not true. That was just a funny image to get to. That's not the
No,
case.
I love that. I'm imagining Meg like she has to like stand up on her seat and like whisper what just got said to Handsome to convey it, and then sit back down every time.
So, what's the question you're passing on to Meg? Or questions plural?
The main question, I think, is: does the name The Mace mean anything to you?
Okay.
If I see her before you do, I will be sure to convey the question.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to talk about while you're all together?
I can't think of anything else immediately off the top of my head.
Meg will definitely explain in more detail that she's making the clothes and also possibly making the design. She's gotta win. She's been stewing on ideas. The male designs surprisingly have loose and flowy parts that can get caught when we're fighting Cesta Nepal.
Slipping critical flaws into their designs.
If she knew which one was going to Cesta Nepal, she would 100% make like a breakpoint or something to like get caught on.
Thank you, Galen Urso. Very cool.
Galen Urso?
That's a Star Wars joke. Galen Urso is the one who designed the flaw into the
Death
into the
Star,
exhaustion
yeah.
port on the Death Star. Which, to be clear, was not a plot hole ever. It didn't need explaining, but Rogue One is still a good movie, even if it exists to explain a plot hole that wasn't a plot hole.
Yeah, Meg is installing exhaust pipes so Armand can shove his foot directly up Cesta Nepal's ass.
This is for Hallie.
Yeah, and it's funny. She seems like, of course, she's like all serious because of what's going on, but she does seem kind of excited about the prospect of making the design if she wins.
Hell yeah. Nothing else that you want to talk about before ending the night there? Like in character ending the night. We are ending the night very soon. We are almost done.
Yeah. Okay.
Ori would update Karsten.
Hey, see?
I did it
see?
too. Ori would update Karsten with what she learned from Lady Amphrey, specifically about Amphrey having hoodlums and brigands. Ruffians and hoodlums.
Ruffians and hoodlums.
Yes, ruffians and hoodlums in her home. But just more as like a, hey, this is what I've heard.
Okay.
I like that you specified Toxic
Range.
Fury.
God.
We've discussed it as such before. I figured I would continue the conversation.
Fair. Very fair.
Oh, God. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, Cars, you updated about what Ori's learned.
Yeah. Uh,
If there's nothing else, then presumably Carson is going to return back
yeah.
to Elmer's estate.
Indeed.
Okay. Party once more breaks.
Sorry, that killed me, Iris.
Hold it together a little bit longer. We have a bit more session left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's the next day. Everyone's going about their business as usual. Oops, I made an error. Carson, a little past midday, you and Councillor Elmer you head out onto town, into the city. You take one of Councillor Elmer's carriages with a small, like 2 or 3 household guards, just for security.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way down into the city and to, like a notable building somewhere downtown, like a place they presumably use as their gathering hall.
Mm-hmm.
Elmer's he's dressed up nicely. He's not like in a suit, but he's dressed he's in like going out formal wear.
Mm-hmm.
And you've presumably dressed as well as you can.
Yeah.
You step out into the somewhat busy streets, having had to take a couple of canals to get over here. And there's a couple of people waiting to go in the door. Councillor Elmer gets. He's like, "Oh, that's right, of course, young Gold.
Yes.
You'll need this before we enter." He's gonna reach into his pocket. You hear some light metal as he pulls out and hands you a badge.
I fucking. What kind of badge?
You've seen it. It's the badge of the New Dawn.
I fucking knew it! God damn it! Oh, man.
You're like, here, you'll have to present this to the guard at the door.
Karsten takes the badge, looks at it, and just kind of freezes.
I'm gonna note that 3 minutes later, like, Carson, you're he's like, young Gold, Carson, are you alright?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I simply thought this design looked familiar, but I think I'm mistaken.
Like, he gives her a note that if you're not feeling well, we can return home.
I'll be alright, I think, but thank you nonetheless.
He gives a nod and he gives a nod, kind of like all right, I got you nod,
Mhm.
So I just heard last night, I just heard not earlier today that apparently we're in luck. He walks towards the door. He reaches, pulls out like his own badge from like a breast pocket and presents it to the guard, who looks down, nods, and looks towards Karsten.
Yeah, Karsten presents his as well.
You're both let into like a lobby where there's maybe 2 or 3 dozen other people milling about. You step in, like, I was told our Grand Master's making an appearance today.
You know what? I'm gonna roll something just for my own sake, real quick.
Go ahead.
Just for funsies.
Can I see the roll? Okay, all right.
Oh gee! Oh no! Oh god!
You gonna hero point it?
You know what? I will.
Boy.
Okay, damn.
Okay, that's an improvement.
Karsten just barely manages to retain his composure as he says, "Really? How fascinating."
He Alligator notice. I've only met him a couple of times. He's typically away from the city.
I look forward to it.
He walks along with, like, he walks a little bit along. He gives a couple polite nods to some of the other people there. He says, he leans kind of a little bit over towards Carson and says, "This is one of the few places in the city you'll get a reprieve from Amphrey."
I see. Well, that doesn't strike me as too much of a surprise.
But no, I don't think I could stand to be involved in the same thing as him for much longer.
Right.
And now, let's see if right there. Come with me. He walks. He walks. He continues walking. Carson presumably follows along.
Mhm.
You can see around in this like lobby. As I said, there's about maybe like three and a half dozen people here.
Mhm.
Not including guards. There are several guards here.
Interesting.
As walking up, Clarice's his throat catches the attention of the figure before him, who turns around. You lock eyes for a moment. That's Lysistinos.
God damn it.
The dark-skinned man doesn't hesitate a beat before flash a toothy grin. Like, well, Elmer, and presumably this is your young protege. Gives a nod, says, he gives a nod, says, listen, says, this is young Carsten Gold.
Carson just says, utterly, like, with deep frost in his voice, "I don't believe we've met before. It's a pleasure."
Hold on, I need to make some rolls. One moment. You just have to give me a second. Just making sure I got this all. Yep. One moment. Huh? And then I have to make another one. Give me a moment.
Okay.
From a different person.
Mhm.
No, you know what? He doesn't need to make it. That's fine. He's actually fine. Councilor Elmer kind of gives Carson a bit of a side eye and seems to note that something's up, but doesn't press on it.
Mhm.
Steven's like, no, I don't believe we have. It's a pleasure. He holds out his hand, decorated with a couple of pieces of jewelry.
Carson is going to reluctantly shake it.
Shake. Councilor Elmer's like, Stevenos, I was wondering. He reaches into his blazer again and pulls out the note that he copied from Carson. Does this mean anything to you?
Oh no. God damn it.
Takes the note, unfolds it, says, "Oh, looks like a spell diagram. Where did you get this?"
It's the one from the
Yes, that he Yes.
San Christina one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like,
Um,
looks like a spell diagram. How fun. Very novel.
uh, Karsten is. You know what? I think he's just going to remain silent unless a question is directly
Okay.
addressed to him.
Yeah. I'm like, well, Elmer, where do you find, where did you dig up this old thing? Elmer's like, young Golt is the one who made the discovery. He discerned that it's from from a view of the city looking down upon. Is that right? He looks towards Carson.
Yes, my lord.
He seems like, well, that's super interesting. And Elmer's like, I was hoping you could tell us what it might be or what it might mean. And he's like, well, tell you what, buddy, I'll take this with me. I'll study up on it, and I'll let you know next meeting, or as soon as I found something. Anyway, I'm sure in one of my many tomes I'll discover something. You go first.
I look forward to hearing more.
A guardsman kind of comes over and gives Lieutenant Vaughn says, he claps his hands together, which makes a couple of the bangles and bracelets on his arm clatter together. It's like, sorry, boss man wants to see me. I'll talk to you. I'll see you later, Elmer. Bye, Galt. And he walks off with the guard.
What an interesting fellow.
He's Elmer waits until he's a scholar, a mage practitioner. You know the type.
He certainly.
Sorry, go on.
He certainly has the look about him.
He's a bit eccentric, but he's supposedly very strong. He spends a lot of time alongside our Grandmaster.
I see.
Well, all we have to do now is wait for the meeting to begin.
Karsten nods.
Well, that's also where we're going to end the session.
All right. Well,
God
thank you for
damn
watching.
it.
See you next week.